Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles mastering in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable allow, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture operating under Petroleum Mining Leases 53 and 54 has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Becky Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fisan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but have seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics,
I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First E&P for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey's scholarship program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today. Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata. I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think BusinessDay.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
You're tuned into the breakfast show right here on Business Day Television. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning and we have enough pack to keep you going today. Thank you for joining us this morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I am Destiny Mama. Good morning.
Good morning, world. Good morning. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you.
Always good to see you.
Always happy.
Looking good as always.
As always too.
Right.
Oh my God.
It's a rainy morning out
Exactly.
there. In Lagosians, if you didn't leave early, you're caught in the rain.
Wow.
And I know it's going to be very tedious getting to work. So we wish you well as you journey to work, because I know how it can be. It can be a very
the traffic is going to
exactly,
and the traffic is not going to be funny anymore because
you have to journey when it rains in Lagos.
Exactly.
Lagos is traffic zone. Then when it now rains, it
gives it more gridlock.
So shout out to everyone. I wish you well on your journey to work today. Right, let's see what we have on the headlines this morning. IMF sees Nigeria growing at 4.4% in 2026 as reforms support economy. Again, gunshots as local contractors block finance ministry over unpaid debt. And Tinubu meets Kano Governor Yusuf amidst defection speculations. Greenland PM issues defiant rebook over Trump's tariff threat. These are some of our headlines this morning. Of course, I know we want to start off with perhaps the first one, with IMF seeing Nigeria at 4.4% in 2026 as reform supports the economy.
Oh, wow.
That's surely one story that we're keeping an eye on. Anything that spells a little bit of positivity, a positive outlook for the year.
It's welcomed, you know. When things like this starts in the beginning of the year, you begin to wonder how, like, you know, that positivity mindset, knowing that maybe going forward, you know, the year is not going to be as tedious as we've been promised. You know, there's a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel that, who knows, you know, it's going to be better and more promising that we thought or we hoped. I just pray that, you know, at the end of the day, it's not tedious or the other way around, because sometimes we see this report and it's not actually staying in that lane. It's actually giving, you know, I mean, a different ball game altogether.
And I guess also the backdrop of the macroeconomic outlook that we had last week with the Nigeria Economic Summit Group. One of the things that the Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister of Finance for the Economy, Wale Edun, said was that in 2026 is the year where we are consolidating our gains. That is last year, 2025 was the year where we already took a step forward in terms of reforms and in terms of, you know, making economical gains. But this is 2026. We're now consolidating those gains. So I would say that this story on IMF, you know, seeing Nigeria growing at 4.4% is sort of buttressing what the Minister of Finance, Coordinating Minister of the Economy has also said. So yes.
Yeah, I must give it to our finance men. You know, they don't talk too much, but they do a lot at the background. And then we as citizens, we tend to see these things outplay over time. You know, given what they've already said, what they've already put in place. You know, I mean, it starts breathing at the end of the day. But then again, I want to say that these men, even together with Cardozo, that is the CBN governor, I think they're working hand in hand to actually, oversee and make sure that some things that were happening before, starts getting a little bit milder, and so that the economy will flow. They're trying their best, but then again, is what they met there that you're trying to regulate, so that things will actually, go well.
And if you look at the economy, if you actually take a very close look, you would see a lot of positives. For instance, tomato prices dropping. That's
exactly
one win. So there've been lots of wins actually last year.
Yeah, rice. We saw that rice actually. Yes,
rice actually also
exactly.
dropped. So the prices have dropped, which is always a signal of an economy that is better, regardless of some of the things that are happening. Certainly.
From the oil sector.
I don't know if the oil sector, Dangote refinery producing more and more, although yesterday one of the stories that dropped was that despite the increase in production, we're still seeing imports into the country at I think above 60%, which for me
it's still high.
It's a little high because of when we look at how much
they're putting
how much
in the refinery
barrels per day that the Dangote refinery is producing. But I think it's just a case of all the what's it calling, everyone who is contributing to our economy.
Exactly.
I mean, it's a lot of work,
it's a lot of work.
Dangote's, or every producer, manufacturer, and all of that.
They're putting in so much,
more.
But it's just subject to continue, like you said. They cannot stop, saying that, okay, they did it well before. It's subject to continue. Now, it's a continuous process that at the end of the day, brings the win-win situation and the win-win report.
And one of the stories that's definitely caught my attention this morning is the one with the gunshots as local contractors blocked the Ministry of Finance over unpaid debts, and we keep seeing
gunshots. How will
issues of unpaid debt over and over again? It's either people.
But then again, you will not even blame. You will not even blame contractors. These people go all out to get these jobs done, and then you start hearing stories on your money that you even borrowed. They borrow. Yes, they borrowed this money, and then they have to start paying for the collateral, and if the collateral, and it is going to be affecting them, and you are not saying anything, so they had to, go the extra mile, by using violence, but which is not always the best decision.
Always there. It's never the way to go. But
no, it's never.
Just like
but it just gives the message. It just gives this message that, well, it's not going to be business as usual. So let's do something quick and fast, because these contractors, they take a whole lot of risk to get those jobs done. Do you understand? Just so that they can get their monies, and then story. My dear sister, nobody likes story when it comes to money.
Yeah, because they put in a lot of work, just like you said.
Yeah.
And we keep seeing these things over and over again in the health sector, in the academic sector.
I'm telling you.
Even the people who are contractors again, building and whatnot, we're still seeing unpaid debt. These are monies that someone somewhere has siphoned. And
people don't just invest. People invest because of what they want to get in return. And then at the end of the day, you're not getting results for what you invested in. It is not funny. Not at this time when people are trying to, meet up with demands. And January, you know what January, the volume January speaks in the economy and in the lives of individuals and all of that. Yeah.
And in the political space, this one also has caught my attention. Tinubu meets Kano Governor Yusuf amidst defection speculations. We've been seeing lots of defections last year. Last year was the year of defections. This is the year, yes. Same as the economy, where we're now consolidating gains. I would say, in my own words, I would say now we're also consolidating political reforms, because we saw so many defections last year. So this is the year where they're now tightening, they're firming up whatever.
You know,
it is
in
they've done.
2026 is actually the election year proper, because this is where the preparation, you know, for the election proper in 2027 is going to kick off. You know, so a whole lot of campaigns, a whole lot of defections is going to still happen, right? And now we're talking about Kano State. Kano State is kind of peculiar in the sense that just like Lagos State, peculiar because they have the population. Now, if Kano is going to be coming to APC, because I know that definitely they'll be with NNPP, all right? What party is the governor in Kano State right now?
The government of Kano State, I think,
should
is
be
currently
NNPP.
is trying to leave
Wherever he
is currently
into APC, and that's why the president is. Yes, the president will want that kind of a development in their party, because Kano is a state with the numbers. They actually
have
population.
a very large population.
Exactly. So it's a big deal if the governor of Kano is defecting. Do you understand? It's going to be, as celebrated as, you know, a place like Lagos that has already and always been, an APC state. Yeah.
All right, that's what we'll leave it this morning on the headlines. Of course, we'll move to the newspaper review in a bit. Do stay with us. We'll be back after this short break.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you, to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they could change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they could change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on a principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing
is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was plenty of demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You're still watching the Business Day Television Breakfast Show, and this is the newspaper review segment. We're ready to see what we have on the front page of the papers this morning, starting off with the Business Day paper. Charity, they say, begins from home, isn't it? And of course, we have on the show this morning, as always, our in-house analyst, Mr. Mohammed Akonji.
Good morning.
It's good to have you. You don't get tired. Do you get tired of this introduction?
No, I mean, it's just an emphasis about always.
Yeah.
You're actually stretching the always.
Always.
It's nice touching me in the midst of the day this morning.
You didn't see the rain?
Good morning. Yes, I'm actually seeing when I got to the office. Luckily, I was already in the office before it started.
You know, this is such a Nigerian thing to do, where, you know, this is like sort of like a Nigerian style of communication, where like you say, like when someone is coming from rain, you then you ask, oh, did you see the rain? Usually when we say those things, like when you're affected by it,
did you feel the impact? Did you understand?
And the questions we're addressing people, I think we should not be able to hold that out. You know, when it comes to us as Nigerians, we'll always be able to
super respectful.
Exactly,
super respectful. Did you see the
so
rain?
So they are actually greeting people of saying, oh, yes, you did, but it's obvious already, but we're trying to be able to see, it's more like saying, hope you did not be able to feel it.
Yes, I hope you are not affected.
That's why we say I'm coming, when you're actually going, like I'm coming.
But I think the highlight of it for me was what happened yesterday.
Yeah.
Papa.
Okay.
I don't know whether you guys saw that. The video that was circulating.
Which of them?
Of people scooping diesel in Liverpool Road in Apapa. It was
Jesus.
you know, you can see, I don't know whether it's poverty. The video has been circulated.
So
it fell from
explode.
the Liverpool Road in Apapa.
Oh my God.
And people can imagine the desperation.
They did not think of their safety.
They were just scooping this diesel.
Regardless of how unsafe it is.
I'm talking about.
Because even when they come and tell them to stop, they will continue.
But that's why it wasn't tragic.
Thank God, it was not. But,
oh my God.
But just like a disaster waiting to happen.
But I understand.
You have seen people show caution to the wind.
Because if you see how these things happen, when you have life, you have everything.
I don't know why people are always so what I say, is it poverty that push people, or is it ignorance, or is it greed? And I think I'll put it to greed. I think
it's a mix of everything. The medley of
because people I saw there didn't look like they have a touch of poverty on them. Just like you said this morning, I think you're saying that, okay, maybe we may not look like what is. But the people there, you see somebody driving on the road, parking maybe his bike, and they want to scoop.
And then you want to scoop for
scoop diesel. It was actually diesel. So the tanker fell. It was like a tanker that, you know, just this.
I think it's also this thing where Nigerians have this opportunity comes for once,
exactly
and then you say to yourself,
this is my opportunity.
It's not happen. Like that's what has been happening. It's not happening. I would have taken my own. Yeah. So that's the thing with Nigerians. Like, let me just take the opportunity.
Because diesel, it has been petroleum, God knows. So people are smoking very close. You know, people are Lagos. They'll be smoking, and then this is just combustible, that it's just inflamed. And you see Nigerians, the security operatives, the police were the ones trying to condone the place. They were not listening. Because people still felt like the opportunity to. I don't know what
because sometimes you see the police person himself also trying to scoop.
But they won't try to be able to even cordon off the area. But you see that it is also Nigerians. The question was also telling me yesterday is, imagine you announce, let's Destiny announce tomorrow that there is free food there in Business Day.
Yeah.
You will see somebody in GSC or somebody in Jeep or in Mercedes.
Yeah.
Will park and come and take it.
Exactly.
You understand now?
Yeah.
We said this food is for the Nigerians always have that mentality to say it's like free food. It's free for all.
When you talk about something, you try to. Even when you try to.
Back here,
exactly.
And then this place come and pick up his own, and you'll be like,
even when you try to want to do charity, have you seen the greed among the beggars?
What I'm talking about.
The women will be hiding it under their hijab. And claiming they've not got
it.
It's not much greed. Well, let's see what we have on the front page of the papers this morning. Business Day paper this morning says the big story investigation says Lagos urban renewal leaves the poor stranded on the lagoon. This one is a story that really touches me. Yeah, it's still touching me. On page 29 of the paper, it says 12 high-profile corruption cases to watch in Nigeria in 2026. And still on page 29 of the papers, it says local oil firms face funding hurdle as ambitions outstrip capital. And on page 29 still, it says Nigeria's fastest growth projection since 2015 can't curb poverty. We'll start off, obviously, with the first one. talking about the urban renewal, in leaving horse stranded on the lagoon. Basically talking about Makoko, which happens to be a riverine community in Lagos, on Lagos mainland in the northwest of Nigeria, where it's houses, we can call it houses in quotes.
I mean, okay.
Yes, houses. I mean, not literally, yes, or figuratively, yeah,
I vote for them.
Yeah,
I vote for them anyway.
Keeps
With their shanties.
inhabit, yeah, inhabit. Like the different nomenclature. But the thing is, it's a riverine community known for fishing. They're living in abject poverty, that's for sure. But over the years, I mean, over a century ago, the people from they moved there, and they made that place their home. You know, they built houses. In quotes, because it's hard to call them houses. They built these slum shanties. Yes, on top of the water. You know, with their canoes. Some live on their canoes. Sadly, they have churches. They worship there. They sell food there.
They do businesses
in that water. They fish from that water. Sell the fish from that water. They live there. They marry there. They have children there. Still in that abject poverty. That Makoko for years has been the place where people from the West will come and view
I'm from the stories. In Nigeria, I'm also from the riverine area. Okay, when you're from a riverine area and you find yourself in that place, you do not want to leave, that access. Yeah, because, now since they do a lot of fishing there, because I was at Makoko yesterday. Now, trust me, I'm from a riverine area, but I was scared. What I was scared of what I saw.
Despite the
whole water has become black, and then in that dark color, you're seeing a lot of jams, But these people there, they don't care. They're putting their legs deep down inside the water to push the canoe for you that came to visit, so you can have access. And then you find right now a whole lot of traffic with the canoes, because of the demolition and all that. Traffic at Makoko, the canoes are clutching on it. Yes, you just have to hit at some. There's some parts you can't even pass. And then when they're just going like that, the boats just start.
Of course.
And then you're scared from the riverine, and I was scared, and I was like, wow, this is not funny. And then you find the people they've already demolished their shanties, but they're still on top of it. And then where we were able to see land was a church. That has also been demolished. Yeah, as we saw Sunday, that was where we were able to stay to do our reports. It was quite a moment. It was another form of adventure
for you entirely.
For me entirely. Seeing it, I was scared. Oh my God. I'm from the riverine, but then again, I was scared when I got to that place because of the level of damage that has been done. And then the people are saying that it was. I mean, they said they just wanted like 20 meter, and then kept going and going, and then the one that actually beats my fancy or provoked my thought was the fact that they actually came with tear gas, to tear gas them, and a lot of children died.
One of the stories that really, this front page story that we have today from Royal was really deeply touching. Yeah. She talked about some man who that just literally had the child in December, and a baby. That's literally how much. And he was, since they said 20 meters or something, so he's looked at his house and says, his shanty, and says, oh, that means it's not getting to them. Exactly. And he's literally helping a neighbor somewhere. Then they hear tear gas. He rushes to his own home, and then he sees his wife coughing,
gasping,
the baby convulsing already.
Oh Jesus! Oh my God!
And it's like these people are they're already there living in poverty. I get that we want to renew, and we were saying something before we came on air where you said that but it was a disaster waiting to happen. But the questions that we ask. I'm a journalist, so I obviously I will not be like the person on the street who maybe is just thinking from emotions only. Yes, you said so, but again, I'm also at the same time I'm also saying to myself, but this same place that we say is a disaster waiting to happen, has been existing for about a century,
Yeah.
and nothing happened. It's already even become known for that. Someone might ask me,
Exactly.
does it need to
quality
be
place in
known
Lagos are in Lagos.
for poverty?
Yeah.
But you know, these guys are not even complaining.
They're not
They're used to
complaining.
the hands
They're
out,
so
hands out.
concerned.
People
So
go there
please,
to
what I'm
give
saying
them
there,
things.
and I think, as much as I felt
Because
that,
where are they going? My question quickly is, what's the provision? Because if all of those people don't have homes, where will they
so
go
the
to?
governor, I think the governor came out yesterday
Okay.
to justify the demolition. But the question I want to ask for what Liz said was the fact that if we pray it never happened.
Yes.
But if by tomorrow, let's say it did not happen yesterday,
Yeah.
tomorrow there is a serious disaster that happened there,
Exactly.
and hundreds of people died, people will blame the government, right? Now, what is the government looking at? What is your own job here?
Exactly.
You are supposed to actually be able to take care of it. I'm just asking that. We'll be able to blame the government that you are looking at people
Yeah.
staying in such a squalid situation,
Yeah, and
in
not
such a
able to
precarious
do
situation, and you didn't do anything. I'm just saying. Provided you didn't do that yesterday and it happened like that today, it is we that also be able to come out as well and pin it on the back of the
Is
government.
it really for the people that are
Exactly.
doing this, or for their own
So that
personal
is,
gains?
but the question there is, the government actually mentioned that the first thing is, the governor said that there is that warning that actually went to them,
Yeah.
that you people should leave this place.
So where?
Okay, so because the question is, housing issue is still a challenge in Nigeria.
Okay.
Housing, we agree. 20 million housing deficit is what we are still battling with.
Imagine
But
that.
I feel like they themselves that deliberately move towards that particular place
Yeah.
without getting any permission from the government to say, today now, if you want to buy a house, you want to build a house,
Exactly.
you're expected to get your normal document.
Survey and all of
You
that.
not just go to the land and start building, right? So if you do that tomorrow, if I decide to just be able to take up a portion of land and I start building on it, I think the government can come tomorrow and take it from me. And if I'm asking the government, where should I go to? Is that clear now? Could you be like, in the first place, did I get this place in the right manner?
Yeah.
And I'm just asking that question, that you got there in the first place without the necessary appropriation,
Exactly.
without the necessary things that you needed to do. So I don't know where they'll be able to move to, but and what I please said, the way that place has actually been is that people, the governor also mentioned that yesterday, and I think Liz too mentioned that behind the scene when before we came on her, that a lot of people take advantage of the situation of that place, right? To take Western demo. You were talking about Western media, use that as a focus to get a whole lot of attention. Oh,
Yes.
this is actually the poverty nature they talk about in Lagos.
In
When they say
Lagos.
Lagos is good now, next thing we say is go to Makoko. Is that not in Lagos too?
Of course.
That is more or less like it's
That's a
actually able to
picture
paint
they
us.
showcase.
Yes, that's able to paint
That's the
Lagos and say,
image,
don't let
yeah.
them tell you there are suffering people here. And I think the Makoko is not like a riverine area.
Yeah.
Okay, most of us that are Yorubas, we call them the Lajes. The Lajes are
Okay.
people that stay very close to the riverine area.
yeah.
eh.
But let's not forget that the people at Makoko are
They're from
not
Benin
they're
Republic.
from Benin Republic and Togo.
Togo as well.
Don't forget that.
Okay, they're not even Nigerian.
Yeah,
They're not
they came from all the
Nigerians.
way from Benin and Togo
And then
over
now-
a century
now-
ago.
also saying that,
And
right?
also
Check
saying,
it out.
yes, and that's why you hear the language. The
Yeah.
language they
Yeah.
speak there sounds like
Ego.
Yoruba, sounds like French,
It's
and
a
then
language.
this thing. So it's called a
Yeah, but they also said that, right? They are now citizens of Nigeria. They're claiming citizenship.
Well,
They're saying it.
Oh my God.
They're saying it that they do not want to go anywhere. That this is what they know.
Yeah,
that they are
know
becoming
at
part
home.
of us.
Yes, I mean, we're
But they are
talking about
Nigeria.
over
to
100
cry out
years
loud.
ago.
Of course, so but,
Families have generations and
generations over
generations.
generations.
I've come out
I
from
know how
that.
it goes to them, and I think I understand where you guys are coming from, which is quite understandable. You know, in terms of a child that lost his father now, that lost his new birth now. What do you want to comfort him with, or some other people as well? But I know sometimes to do the right thing may be difficult, they may be painful, but they may actually be necessary for us to do them. I think that's where I might just be able to like put them.
Yeah.
If I can be able to, because I think Destiny has actually been able to do quite a lot.
Yeah.
Because I was just saying about the story to you yesterday. And
Exactly.
It was touching when I heard about it. Maybe I should talk about the 12 profile high cases. I don't know if I can jump
Yes,
on that.
please.
Yes. There are several of them here, especially ministers that serve under President Muhammadu Buhari. A whole lot of them are in the eye of the storm now.
Okay.
Starting from the most legendary amongst them, Godwin Emefiele.
Oh, wow.
And how about those cases? I'm sure we have that.
Yeah.
This case will continue again on the 26th of January, next Monday.
Wow.
They will not talk about other ministers that have been touched. The other legendary one is the former minister of Justice. What's his name again? That was visiting Malami. Thank you very much. Awaka Malami. Thank you very much for that. Awaka Malami too. We've seen the humongous level of corruption and graft.
Yeah.
In fact, it was released last week. They picked him up again for another case entirely.
Oh,
So the
wow.
Banana Island has about 57 houses.
Banana Island.
Don't talk about Abuja. Yes, that was what EFCC. If I deny them, they are still allegedly, as the Liz will always be able to mention. But I think the big word last year was allegedly. Allegedly. Nobody wanted to be able to go to court. Allegedly, it was actually alleged that he has 57 houses there, about 252 billion. That EFCC has actually been able to take on his own head alone, and they caught weapons. Well, the next one was weapons they've met in his house.
I mean, politics in Nigeria and appointments are lucrative, and that's why people go overboard. People go all out to get there.
If you heard what
people go all out to get there.
These are high-profile cases, and apart from him, we have other ministers as well doing by his administration that they are beaming searchlights to. So I'm sure if our readers be able to read the papers, you see other cases. These are just snippet of those. Emefiele, Abubakar Malami, Adisirika, the minister that painted a plane for us.
Can imagine that.
Painted, just go and paint or put one plaster of Nigerian hair. A plane from Ethiopia. I remember that time. Then the minister of Labour as well, 2.2 billion. Make believe. Thank you very much. So these are high-profile cases.
Yeah.
Then the former governor of Kogi State is also there. More than 8 billion naira as well. Who use Nigeria, Kogi State money to be able to pay his own children's school fees.
You know? I mean, for the full, the full length of.
I can actually imagine that.
The full stretch of the academic session.
Can imagine that.
It
and
is.
Then you think about Kogi State that's actually not doing very well, and you get your allocation, convert it to dollars, and you to be able to pay on students. So these are high-profile cases.
No development in the state whatsoever.
I think that's our journalists here put it out, so that Nigerians can also be responsible for this thing. Let us take government to account. Let us just go to bed. These are cases. People read it. Ask questions. Ask questions. So just their own problem, whatever they didn't do with it. Remember, this is your money that somebody siphoned and diverted. The money that would have gone out to Nigerians is what somebody alone diverted for his own use and his own personal. And his own
it's not acceptable.
So let us actually be able to be responsible as well. To take government to account, ask questions about it. What is happening to this case? I want to know.
Now that there is
the thing about EFCC bringing out
pay taxes, I think people will now.
The thing about EFCC bringing out these cans of worm is how sustainable are they going to follow this to the end?
That's what I'm saying. I'm sure
that's the problem with them because they will bring up juicy. Allegations, and then we expect that the repercussions, like the punishment is going to be heavy, but we don't know what happens.
So I know sometimes
it just dies down.
Thank you. Which is, I think, we have to be very careful about, which is what destiny is very vital.
Yeah.
In terms of some of these media trial that they do.
Exactly.
Someone can be juicy. Just hear the amount. 57,000 Banana Island.
Oh, wow.
252 billion.
Before you know it,
by the time they get to
another appointment,
they're not able to have a very substantive case, a very solid case. What type case? The case, the judge can just be able to look at it and just throw it out like that. This is a no case.
So just strike it out.
But I think with Olukorede now, the new EFCC chairman, they are trying to be able to correct that abnormally to ensure that they will not just be able to go before they ensure they release it out like that. Is a watertight evidence. As they are going to come, because when the case of Malami happened,
the same way Dangote came with evidence against NMDPRA, exactly. Yes, not just speculation.
I think so. Not just media speculation, media trial. Just going to release some bogus figures that you get to cause you not be able to prove, and I think it's very important. It's good. The FCC will do that, but we as Nigerians too need to also play our part.
Can we move real quick to this one? I think our viewers need to know more about this story on page 29, written by Hope Moses Ashike. Nigeria's fastest growth projections since 2015 can curb poverty. Tell us more about that story.
So, for the first time since 2015, now remember when Tinubu came in 2025, the target is that we should be a $1 trillion, not naira, $1 trillion economy by 2030, by the end of the decade. And the government, so when we did the analysis in BusinessDay, we expect that Nigeria is supposed to have been growing at a rate of 7% to achieve that target. To achieve the target of 1 trillion.
All right.
Our growth every year. But if you look at that, especially since after COVID, there's been a problem. The growth has been very, very marginal. 3%, 2.9%. Maybe last year we were still expecting Q4 growth. But before the Q4 growth, the biggest growth we have witnessed has been 4.12%. That's what we have witnessed. That's I think in Q2 of 2025. And then Q4, not saying that. So, but this year, because of those stabilization we've spoken about, consolidation that is happening, most think tanks, economic think tanks, are projecting Nigeria's growth to be between 4 and 5%. In fact, our own BusinessDay is about 5.1 to 5.2%. Nigeria could go there. Federal government is actually projecting the 4.8%. You have the World Bank saying that we should go there about 5.6%. But when we did the average of all, we were looking at about between 4.5 to 5.2%. That's the growth. But that should be the record we've seen so far.
Okay.
Since that was 2015. But it's a good note there from Madam Hope, our economic analyst, economic correspondent as well.
Okay.
Can that be able to curb the level of poverty? Don't forget, in Nigeria today, the multi-dimensional poverty, there are 133 million in that basket.
Wow.
That's as at 20. Yeah,
Wow.
133 million.
Wow.
So we don't use poverty as a measure alone now. Now use what they call multi-dimensional poverty. What do you mean by multi-dimensional poverty? Because before economists, you only use income. How many people cannot take access to $1 per day? It's beyond that now. Now, how many people are unemployed? How many people do not have access to 3 square meals? How many people do not have access to equal opportunities? Also a measure of poverty.
Really?
Yes, that's what That's called a multi-dimensional. So it's a multi-dimensional. Not just about poverty alone. We now use different dimensions of poverty to measure how many people are in this space.
So this multi-dimensional poverty is
Now
different from abject poverty.
Abject poverty itself. The abject poverty measure is simply saying how many Nigerians are living on less than $1 per day.
All right.
Measure.
Then multi-dimensional now has
all those things about nutrition, schooling, opportunities. How many people who not have access to all this?
Wow.
You understand that? That's what World Bank. That's a World Bank measure. It's a World Bank standard.
When was this?
The last one we had was at 2019.
Okay.
And then that was 133 million. And now they're saying, in fact, many Nigerians actually dropping into that pool in the last 3 years. But maybe we're seeing that some Nigerians could actually be lifted. If you remember when we were at NESG last week Thursday, the minister said the presidential priority for that next end of that decade is to lift 100 million Nigerians out of poverty. It's their own target, this administration. But a lot of them actually been on paper. Buhari said the same thing as well.
Seems like
100 million, a very pipe dream. But we're asking him. But their own target from this year, when they have stabilized the economy last year, is that by the end of this decade, that's 2030, 100 million Nigerians be lifted out of poverty.
Anyway,
how do we do that?
We don't know, and they'll figure it out. But finally, just before we move to the punch, real quick, talk to us about the local oil firms facing funding hurdle as their missions outstrip capital.
Okay, so the yesterday I think there was a story we couldn't be able to talk more on. Is local production. Remember, well agreed that we don't have any reason to import fuel because the crude oil is primarily here, is domesticated here. We should be able to exploit it. So, other than the big players there, the Dangotes, the Rabiu of this world that's launching his own as well, and maybe the Jimovias of this world or the Adelekes that can be able to afford to be able to buy the oil wells. Most of the local firms, we have other modular refineries, like about 12 of them, that are producing oil, which is fine. They may not actually be to the capacity of Dangote, but they're having a lot of funding challenges, to be able to exploit this oil and convert the crude oil back into petrol. So I think it's a major challenge they've been facing, and they're actually complaining about that. They are seeing opportunity there.
Yeah.
There is no way, we all agree here that if Dangote stock went IPOs in April, because why do you have that? It's the oil sector. You can never go on with it. Fine, everything is in God's hand. But it's the oil sector. Yeah. There's some business they will tell you, and you tell them, no, I can never go there, right? Never go there. But when you mention everyone, you're talking about, I'm just waiting for Dangote stock to come out.
Exactly.
Because you believe so much in that space. So a lot of them are actually facing that challenge. Especially some of these local oil firms.
Wow.
Facing that challenge to be able to meet that target. And it's the one thing that actually.
Okay. All right, then move on to the Punch newspaper that this morning says the federal government votes 10 million naira for Abuja runway after scrapping 532 billion naira deal. You find that on page 23 of the Punch. And here says the Kanu government meets Tinubu amid defection talks. I also have a military discovers Boko Haram underground storage fuel dump, and that's by the military. That's by the chief of the defense staff.
I didn't get that, sir.
Says that the military discovers Boko Haram underground storage fuel dump. Oh my God. And that's about the job scam syndicate luring Nigerians into Ukraine-Russia war. And the big story here talks about amnesty deal, how outrage mounts as Katsina moves to release 70 bandits. Now, saying that Tinubu told to stop release of bandits on trial. ACF, Afenifere orders slam Katsina government over amnesty deal. And that's a banks record rising loan default amid strong demand, and that's by the Apex Bank, Central Bank of Nigeria. And also DSS arrest Malami after release from Kuje prison. And Ekiti poll says a PDP, SDP rejects exclusion from INEC final list. Why will they exclude?
Okay, so I think there's a window. Ekiti election is coming up this month.
Exactly.
This year in June, and Osun, the two states. The window of, according to INEC, is that your primary elections must be concluded by December 15.
Oh, of 2025.
Yes, for your primary election.
Oh, okay.
So I'm sure they must have had a problem not
Meeting
submitting
up.
it on time. That would be their problem. I'm sure INEC will explain to us better. But there's a window for you to submit so that they will post there by January. Then before campaign will open for governorship election that will happen on June 20th. So I'm sure maybe that's the challenge they're actually having, PDP, because they could not be able to get their house in order. So they could not be able to submit their own list. December 15 was actually the due date they gave to them, and I'm sure that was going to happen. But I think major challenge that people to like, it was the Kano government. Yesterday, the Kano governor met with the president, and there were, it appears that all is set
for him
defection.
Is defection to APC.
It appears that all is actually set.
From where?
NNPP.
NNP. Okay, NNPP. New Nigeria People's Party.
That's where it's coming from. Even though there were reports that he has not actually gotten the backings or the blessing of his godfather, Wabi Musa Kwakwaso. But there were indications that the government met to the president, and the president actually signed off on this defection. So
things are looking well.
We'll definitely see what's going to happen.
Because of the numbers Kanu have, right? The population. So Kanu is like...
I think call the Kardashian state, what do they call them?
Oh my God.
KPKs. We just be able to come
right.
Those elections, Kanu, Katsina, Kaduna. When they are at Kaduna state, they are the states with the millions. They will just devour other states.
Can we just look at what's happening on the Guardian?
Okay.
Quickly on the Guardian newspaper this morning, very quickly, says here that the PDP decries insecurity as Kaduna denies abduction of 163 worshippers. You find that on page 3. And here it says that the federal government contractors on war parts over 4 trillion naira debt. And from here, I'm seeing that the Minister Wike, FCTA kicks as workers begin indefinite strike. Find it on page 30 of the Guardian newspaper. Now, the big story says 1 year after 50% telco tariff hike leaves operators happier, consumers frustrated. Find out on page 6 of the Guardian newspaper. And here it says the IMF aligns with World Bank on Nigeria's 4.4% growth projection. And federal government to appeal judgment on attacks against journalists. Federal government to appeal judgment on attacks against journalists. And here it's a court strikes out Meta X as the federal government rearranged Showore on amended cyberbullying charges.
I actually like Guardian and how they do this for the big story. The infographic is always very detailed. You kind of just breaks everything down in a way.
And here it says the Kanu killings and Tinubu orders probe as a state takes over. A state takes over prosecution. And then from here, you find that APC closes in on Kanu as state chairman hopeful Yusuf's defection, and that's on page 5. Here it says Police Smarter invests $60 million in Nigeria's largest plastic recycling plant. And then the last story from the Guardian newspaper here says Sanwo-Olu's signs 2026 4.4 trillion naira budget into law.
Yeah,
and that's
on
on page 7.
I think it was one of their stories. We saw the pictures of the budget signed. That's for Lagos. So I think it's also a bill for Lagosians to start quizzing the governor. What are we going to benefit from this? 4.4 trillion.
And that's a quiz we've been on for a while.
So also the budget has been signed now. You are all typical Lagosians. You are paying taxes here. We should be able to ask questions as to how that will actually be implemented.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. To actually be able to deliver.
There's something from telcos, that we didn't really talk about, says that telcos invested $1 billion, upgraded and activated 2,800 new sites. And
says that telco increase. So there was a tariff increase April last year, where they were able to increase it from 6 naira to 6.50 kobo, I think 13 naira, and some of the ramification of that.
Isn't this what Guardian is saying, that the
when you have to help,
telcos are happy.
the consumers are actually happy.
And let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day, because
Exactly.
we really don't have
time.
In the interest of time.
All right.
Real quick, our cartoon of the day is from the Business Day newspaper. As always, shows two people who. Do you know these people?
Okay, so I think
One has a broom.
One has a broom. I'm joining into this party. This looked like the governor of Kano.
Is this a metamorphosis? Because they
it?
look like.
So I'm saying that a man is actually moving into the party broom as their logo.
And someone is going back to it.
Walking away. Okay.
But it's not really going. If you notice, it's like
that
if
the
you're
governor or the
moving.
deputy?
No,
Yeah,
that's
no. That's
I think his mentor.
Okay.
His good godfather.
No,
That
wait.
looks like Kwakwanso. Or if not, it can
no.
be Atiku.
That looks like Atiku.
Okay.
The
that one
person
looks
on
like,
lighter blue looks like Atiku.
so you can see another one.
And then
falling
that's
out.
for me is his son, because we know that so that's his son, because his
Thank you
son
very much.
was leaving the
I mean,
party.
the picture with 1,000
and
I think I agree with that.
So
It's like father going to ADP.
yes, and then
son
son is
moving to
leaving. So
ADP.
that's his son
Thank you. I
with
think
it. So
it captures
and
the mood.
you are seeing him looking back, because
Exactly.
so you know when you are moving, you should be looking ahead. So you're looking back because you don't
I
want
can
to.
see there's something I can get.
Yes, and then the son also is looking back. So
Of course.
they're on
So it
show.
shows that maybe it's like a passage. I think it's more like a strategy to see that if eventually this place did not favor.
Okay, let's see how it goes.
Of course, like I still have my one eye.
Let's
here.
rope in here.
My father is also there.
Exactly.
Like, rope in here and rope in there. Just
Exactly.
right.
That's a lovely cartoon. We'll leave it here this morning on the newspaper review segment. Thank you for staying with us. At 9 o'clock, Destiny Mama with Business Morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi. I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you, to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they could change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they could change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on the principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Good morning. You are still watching the Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. Now, this is Business Morning segment. I am Destiny Momo. But first, let's bring you the news in details. Now, the International Monetary Fund has projected that Nigeria's economy will grow by 4.4% in 2026 from 4.2% in 2025, reflecting the impact of ongoing government reforms and improving macroeconomic conditions. The projection is contained in the IMF's January 2026 World Economic Outlook update, which the fund said it would release alongside a hybrid press conference hosted at the National Bank of Belgium in Brussels. Now, according to the IMF, growth across sub-Saharan Africa is expected to strengthen, rising from 4.4% in 2025 to 4.6% in both 2026 and 2027, attributed to macroeconomic stabilization efforts and structural reforms in several key economies across the region.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Now let's go straight to the first conversation for today, talking about from awareness to action, raising Africa's next generation of climate leaders. Now, across the African continent, a new wave of climate leadership is actually emerging, not from boardrooms and government ministries alone, but from the continent's young people who are turning awareness into action and even stepping up as climate innovators, advocates, and change makers. Now, at international and regional forums, African youth are being actively recognized and cultivated as future environmental leaders. A recent 3-day UNESCO Science-Based Climate Action Workshop held at the African Union headquarters in Addis Ababa brought researchers, policymakers, and young leaders together to develop solutions grounded in science and collaboration. The event emphasized skills building and implementation for climate resilience across communities. Now, with climate impacts intensifying from droughts to flooding, Africa's youth recognize that mere awareness is not enough. Across schools, community groups, and international forums, investment in climate literacy, practical adaptation skills, and leadership pipelines is growing rapidly. Government, NGOs, and international partners like UNICEF are increasingly backing programs like Empower Young Africans to Lead Climate Resilience, Green Innovation, and Community Transformation. And now joining us is Biade Omuno. She's the Executive Director about the Becky Initiative. She's also a senior legal practitioner. You're welcome to Business Money in a Biday.
Thank you so much for having me. Good morning.
Good to have you. Now, very quickly, Africa has no shortage of climate awareness. Now, what concrete systems must be put in place to turn young Africans from climate-conscious citizens into decision makers with real power and resources?
The conversation is very simple. What young people do need to actually drive the climate action to actual reality is access. So in as much as, yes, we are saying that there's no shortage of climate knowledge, I would slightly disagree with that. Indeed, and actually we still have that gap, because whether we like it or not, within the African context, climate change is something that's still being understood and not fully grasped as it should. And what young people who are currently in the space, what they come up for all the time is actually access. So access to decision-making point, where they're able to lend their voice on how to tackle issues of climate change within the continent, and of course, access to the requisite funding as well. So I think one of the major pitfalls we're having is access. For young people is actually access beyond just the knowledge, but also having the right access, to where it actually matters and how, these things should be driven. So yes, access is a major pitfall beyond just the knowledge gaps we're facing, but access is actually a major thing. And trust me, once young people have the requisite access, have the right access without the stringent process in place, taking out the stringent measures, trust me, we'll do much more than we're currently doing.
Good. Wow. So then how can government, schools, and the private sector actually collaborate to ensure climate leadership education goes beyond theory and equips young Africans with practical skills, funding access, and even platforms for impact?
So interestingly, what's being clamored right now in Nigeria is to see how climate change can be infused in the national curriculum. Because right now what we do have is we have young groups, young youth-led organizations going to schools and engaging this, young students on climate action, what they can do, giving them the requisite knowledge, and of course, propelling them to be innovative, in driving the whole climate change agenda. So imagine the government infusing this in our national curriculum, where it is compulsory that climate change is being taught in schools, and of course, students are also being motivated, mentored, and eventually even funded to actually drive climate action. So I think one key thing here is the government can actually go in through the measures of drafting this into a national curriculum, perhaps even having seed funding, for young people, for young students who are so very, who are constantly initiating ideas on how to, fight the climate change issues we're facing. So yes, governments, it goes beyond just turning out a policy, but infusing national curriculum where all schools have to abide. So for you're a government school or you're a private school, once there's the curriculum that the government says this must be adhered to, that can be adhered to as well. And of course, we can also have what we call, the seed funding, mentorship programs, and all of that. These things are things that once the government is actually very informed and, part of, it's just natural that a lot of people would align. And a case to note is there's some things I want to do, for example, through my platform, and I just need that government endorsement, and I know that once I have that government infusion in it, somehow it gains more credibility, I get more patronage, so to say. People want to identify with your brand, knowing that the government endorses what you're doing. So imagine the government, and beyond just endorsing, now infusing this in the national curriculum, granting student seed funding for people who can drive initiatives to curb climate change, and of course, having a mentorship platform on climate change. I mean, it's going to be really inspiring to note, and definitely would have more relatable experience in terms of implementation. Yes. So yes,
I'm sure government endorsement will actually cloud this whole process very soon. So much so that it will make the process very easy. Now, I'm talking about what structural barriers, political, economic, or even cultural, are preventing young climate advocates in Africa from influencing national and continental climate policies? And how do you think, these barriers can be dismantled?
Interestingly, for the first time, I witnessed and also attended what we called the African Youth Climate Assembly, ICA. It happened last year at Ethiopia, days before the African Climate Summit took place. And the whole idea of ICA, for example, and this is a platform for me to mention what ICA really means. ICA is that platform where youth across Africa come together and speak in one voice. And so there's a continental voice by young people, for world leaders, African leaders to take notes. So one of the major barriers we're having is access, like I mentioned before. So imagine, impacting and acknowledging that young people are part of the solution, and actually solution bearers when it comes to climate change issues on the continent, and bringing them to the decision-making tables and not excluding them. That is something that, the impact of that is enormous. And going back to the ICA is actually a way of actually bringing that particular exercise to bear, where young people are brought in as solution bearers. We speak in one voice as a continent, as young people, and such decisions are now moved on to the African continent, that's the leaders to actually work with. So imagine that structure of access being thoroughly dismantled, being addressed, being more structural, we would have more participation, and there is no way that would have this kind of structure in place that we won't enjoy, what these solutions will bring. So one of such barriers would be access and decision making. Yes, imagine getting young people on board. And to be very fair, currently in Nigeria, and I know places like Kenya, in Ethiopia, in Rwanda, where I have been to, I've also interacted with young people in those places. We have the leaders and even the government constantly calling young people to see how possible, to get the whole climate agenda more structured and getting them to participate fully. The ICA is a point to note. Last year, the continent experienced the second African Climate Summit, ACS2 in Ethiopia. The first held in 2 years ago, the second held last year. And just before the African Climate Summit, there was the African Youth Climate Assembly, where there was a resolution on what the young people of the continent want as regards climate change. And such resolutions, we actually moved to the climate summit, and there was a presentation by young people at the climate summit. So this is that kind of access, the structural access we're asking for. Bring us to the decision-making table. Shouldn't just be a menu on the table, should be part of the table, part of the conversation. And trust me, we have young people across the world, across the continent, across even Nigeria here, who are doing amazing things and have good initiatives on how to drive this. So yes, that barrier has to be quashed, and setting that pace, bringing young people to the decision-making table is one of the major ways to drive implementation.
Oh, wow. I just want to be a part of you guys already. It's sounding, really, really good. Now, in a continent facing urgent development needs, how do we balance climate leadership with job creation and even economic growth so young Africans see climate action as an opportunity, not a sacrifice?
The African continent, I think this was sung all through last year. I heard it so many times, that from statistics and economic valuation, it's been noted and also agreed that Africa as a continent has the youngest population in terms of young people below 35 years old. So it means that we are viable, we have the energy, and we have the human capacity or human power to drive whatever we want to drive as a continent. Now, climate change and economic development are not mutually exclusive. No, even as much as they might sound different, the names might sound different, but trust me, they go hand in hand. In terms of economic opportunities, there are so many. I have been in rooms where conversations around the green bonds, around green jobs, and the future of work, have been communicated. And I also belong to a platform as well where we're trying to push the whole idea that, see, in as much as we're driving climate change, the climate change agenda, the truth is that there's actually a lot of jobs, economic opportunities that can be brought out of that particular exercise. So, for example, the renewable energy sector, for example, that is really thriving. Climate smart agriculture is also thriving. Waste management, green constructions, a lot of sustainable technologies are coming up at the moment. Like I mentioned to you at the ICA Assembly last year, these are some of the resolutions. Technology opportunities and green jobs, one of the resolutions from the ICA Assembly. So you can imagine when people see pathways within the climate space, the truth is it's actually breed a lot of employment and entrepreneurship. They will be encouraged to join in. So it is not mutually exclusive. These things work hand in hand. And the key thing here is aligning climate policies with skills development, enterprise support, and local economic needs. For sure, we cannot do these things exclusively. They must work hand in hand. And like we keep saying all the time in this space is, if you want to see development, if you want to see actual economic development, you must address the issues of climate change. And there's so much opportunity in it. We can't stop talking about it. We currently have a platform, Viva City PR, and what the CEO has been pushing for the past 3 years across different cities in the world is the future of work. The opportunities that we have within a climate space. At the last COP in Brazil as well, we had sessions, that to do with carbon credits, opportunities within the green sector, how young people can actually harness these opportunities. There's so many of them. So yes, when it comes to the economic opportunities for young people, there are so many. And what we have to do is to keep amplifying these opportunities and getting people to get on board as much as possible. Call investors. They're actually investors, And one of the key things I'm also driving with a very good friend and brother of mine is a Concord app. It's going to be a green app where you're able to match investors with green initiatives. So imagine you having an app for young people, and even older people too. And all you have to do in that app is get on the app, draft, upload your ideas, your initiatives, and that way it actually automatically connects you to to an investor who's actually interested in that initiative. So that's actually one of the things we're also building for young people to drive some economic development as well. So there's actually a lot of opportunities. We just need to know how to harness and where to harness it. Yeah.
People, Emaide, you are so passionate, you could tell, and what you're doing, the results are not going to just start showing. It's gonna take a long time, and you're going to be the better for it. I really do appreciate you. But then again, tell us why climate change is already a youth issue in Africa, affecting education, health, livelihoods, and even future opportunities.
For us in Africa, irrespective of the comments we hear about climate change being a hoax, it's not a distant threat at all. It's a now problem. It's a reality check. And for us in Africa, especially in West Africa, we see this firsthand. Displacements are happening as a result of flood. Low food yields are happening as a result of droughts. We see these things live. We are unfortunately beneficiaries of the climate change hazard, of the climate change, risk or crisis taking place. And unfortunately, we do not have the financial wherewithal to address the issues of climate change. And that's why people like us are doing what we're doing, using our voice to amplify these conversations and drive solutions. Now, to be honest with you, we cannot take it away. We cannot take away the fact that, when it comes to climate issues, it's already shaping today's realities for young people. And when you look at the floods, even the extreme heat we're currently facing, it's a problem. The damage to schools, infrastructure, the health risk involved. Just 2 weeks ago, we got a warning that the air we're currently experiencing, we're currently breathing, isn't the natural air. There's some form of pollution attached to the air. And I saw a lot of people wearing face masks. Automatically, we are back to face masks. I saw a lot of people at the airport wearing face masks. I was actually asking, what is happening? Is anything happening? I was like, oh, did you read the news? I said, yeah, I saw the news. I said, people are just being careful because they told us that the air we're breathing is currently polluted. And a lot of Nigerians also, witnessed it. We did not have Harmattan. We didn't have Harmattan. Between January to December to January, there was no Harmattan. Instead, we experienced extreme heat. Just to show you that these are realities that are being lived by people, by young people. You know, when it comes to flooding, students, young people are displaced from schools. They can't even attend schools anymore. Droughts, farmlands are dried up. You know, we don't even have the quality of food that we used to have in the past. People complain all the time, oh, the tomatoes is not as red and fresh anymore. The food isn't as, you know, tasty anymore. There's something wrong with our food system and all of that. These are the realities of climate change. And of course, young people, we are witnessing, we are currently looking at it, and we're trying to see the kind of solutions we can bring to the table. So for African youth, climate change is not a distant threat. It is a lived experience that directly affects their present and their future opportunities. And that's the truth. But we need to step up. There is a solution. There are always solutions to things. We just need to step up, bring on board initiatives, solution. And like we said at the last COP, it's high time Africa as a continent stops seeing itself as a victim. Yes, we are torch bearers, we are solution bearers, and we have what it takes. With the number of young people, young talents, young capacities we have on the continent, nothing can stop the continent. So we just have to be initiative and also grant that access, like I mentioned initially, and allow young people to have their day, you know, and just give them that chance and opportunity.
Wow, wow. It's just what I want to say. But then again, can you highlight how initiatives such as the Climate Teen Summit are designed to bridge the gap between awareness and action by equipping teens with the knowledge, confidence, and even tools to lead climate solutions within their schools and communities?
You will agree with me that, I mean, living in Nigeria, growing up in Nigeria, at the time I went to school, I'm not that old, but at the time I went to school in the early 2000s, you know, we had the MDGs flourishing, we had conversations around the MDGs, and we also had to do things, you know, within that whole space. We didn't have conversations strongly on the environment. Beyond do not waste, do not throw waste, do not pollute the environment, we didn't have conversations on climate change. And for us, we had to jump in, you know, as young adults, we had to jump in. I mean, I have jumped in since 2016, 2017 on these conversations, driving implementation through my platform. You know, we had to jump in as young adults. But imagine if some of us had that opportunity at very young age, like from 10, when we were 10, 12, 13 or 14, like driving conversations on climate change and understanding the policies and what we can do. Honestly, I believe that we would have done much more, and perhaps if the climate change agenda would probably be reaching its point where we're actually, you know, actualizing and seeing some real progress. And so the Climate Teen Summit is like an offshoot of the Climate Teen Hub. The Climate Teen Hub is our initiative, you know, where we bring in young teenagers and build capacity. The idea is equipping you with the right resource, you know, to drive climate change agenda within your communities and your schools. And of course, the truth is we can't take away the conversations itself. So in as much as we're keeping with the knowledge, we're building strong leaders, we also have to ensure that you can communicate climate change. Beyond just knowing it, you can talk about it, you can confidently discuss climate change and convene and convince. And so what we are doing through our platform is we are building climate conscious leaders who will drive policies, speak to policies, and of course be able to initiate, you know, propelling ideas on how to drive and tackle the climate change crisis. Now, looking at the Climate Teen Summit, beyond the Climate Teen Hub, we're not doing a larger summit, you know, a one-day summit that will actually amplify the work we're doing at the Climate Teen Hub. For the summit, we are convening about 100 schools, almost 1,000 teenagers, and the idea is to bring it home, to bring it to a larger group, you know, to create a larger awareness of, you know, of young potential climate change ambassadors. Because beyond the conversations we would have that day, which will be driven by teenagers, by the way, because it's a Climate Teen Summit, and we're having teenagers, you know, from moderating the sessions to hosting the sessions to hosting the fireside chats and having conversations and even having breakout sessions. And the idea to hear from teens' voices. They are the leaders of tomorrow, they're leaders of now, and we need to start now. We can't be waiting for tomorrow to say, oh, let's wait till they're adults. We need to start now. So what we are doing is we are going to be raising climate conscious teenagers, bringing awareness, you know, to that room that day. And of course, beyond the Teen Summit, we're also going to bring out a policy document, a Teens Voice policy document, where everything that we discussed that day will be, you know, treated as raw solutions. And this will form a policy document beyond the summit. And of course, beyond the summit, we'll be having a monitoring evaluation on all the schools that will be in attendance to see what they're doing. So beyond having that conversation that day, beyond talking and, you know, using the buzzwords, no, we will be driving serious action, you know, as basic as planting trees, as basic as ensuring some of the schools go to no plastic or limited plastic, you know, as basic as driving initiatives within their school and within their school environment to actually tackle climate change issues, like hosting cleanups and the rest. You know, I mean, these are the things we're intending to see beyond the summits. And the summit is just like an eye-opener. We can't change climate change in one day. It's impossible. Climate change in itself is so broad. Some of us have not even exhausted, you know, what it is, and, you know, in its full potential. But we are looking at, you know, creating that awareness that day. So whether you know or you don't know, you're coming that day to also hear from stakeholders, from experts, from teenagers like yourself who are currently doing things around the climate change space. And beyond that, drive real implementation within your school and the community. So even as basic as planting trees. Also, we'll have exhibitors, people who are doing amazing recycling, you know, jobs, you know, recycling waste to wealth, would have them as well. Show these teenagers that it is possible. In as much as, you know, we're looking at climate change agenda as big, but look at the endless possibilities and opportunities you have as young people and see what your voice.
You have succeeded in making my day, you know, knowing that, you know, you're giving this so much education to young people, so there will be no form of waste, and then there'll be so much trees, and these people are growing up to do a whole lot of wonder to the environment, you know, that we never even tried to do. You see, so ultimately the conversation will position young people not as passive victims of climate change, but as critical partners in building resilient, sustainable futures for the continent. I want to thank you so much, Abade, for your time on Business Money today to expose this form of education to us. We really do appreciate you. Yes, Abade is the executive director of Abade Becky's initiative. Thank you so much for coming. We do appreciate you as a legal practitioner also, and all that you are doing in the life of young people to turn our environment around. Thank you so much for your time. Business Money will be right back for our second conversation. Please do not go anywhere. We will be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi. I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they could change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they could change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on the principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Welcome back to Business Money. Thank you for staying with us. And right now, it is time for our second conversation, talking about, and from Davos to Lagos, global investors eye Nigerian agriculture as growth frontier. Now, Nigeria, once overshadowed by oil, Nigeria's agriculture sector is rapidly emerging as a magnet for global investment, drawing interest from capitals as far-flung as Davos and Johannesburg to Lagos and Abuja. Now, at the World Economic Forum in Davos this January, Nigeria broke decades of absence by unveiling its first ever national pavilion, Nigerian House, with a clear focus on converting global interest into structured deals and deeper foreign capital commitments. Officials say this initiative is designed to accelerate investment pipelines and translate international enthusiasm into tangible economic outcomes back home. Now, this renewed investor confidence is backed by hard numbers. Private equity inflows into Nigerian agribusiness and grew strongly in recent years, with international firms placing increasingly larger bets on the country's food and agricultural value chains. Agribusiness leaders point to large-scale plantation renewals and expansion, such as planned replanting of 1.5 million hectares of oil palm, as evidence that both local and foreign capital see long-term growth opportunities across Nigeria's fertile land. Now, beyond capital markets, strategic international partnerships are also taking root. In mid-2025, Nigeria signed a $1.1 billion agreement with Brazil to strengthen cooperation in food security, livestock and agriculture technology, a move seen as bolstering export capacity and technical know-how. Analysts say several factors underpin this surge. Nigeria's huge domestic food market, demographics, a rapidly growing population of over 220 million, and expanding middle-class demand, government reforms aimed at opening markets and improving investment conditions, and the maturation of agri-tech and processing sectors that promise higher yields and global competitiveness. But challenges remain persistent: infrastructure gaps, security concerns in farming regions, and logistics bottlenecks continue to temper investor enthusiasm in some areas. Still, stakeholders say the narrative has shifted from Nigeria as an agricultural afterthought to a key frontier for global food and agribusiness capital. And now, joining us this morning is Alexander Sanders. He is a co-founder at UFAM X. It is an agricultural fintech company. Good morning, Alexander.
Morning. How are you doing?
Join us here on a Business Morning. So now, very quickly, what specific shifts in global capital flows are making Nigerian agriculture attractive to investors who once focused on markets discussed at Davos?
What's happening right now is a realization of the opportunity that lies not just solely even in Nigeria and Africa as a whole, right? The continent of Africa has nearly 70% of the farmable land left on the planet. We have nearly 600 million farmers on the continent, right? Yet less than 3% of commercial lending goes to the agricultural sector, while nearly 80% of African population works in food production. So the numbers literally don't make sense, right? So our focus is to build the credit infrastructure for African agriculture. And to us, we see the largest credit opportunity left on the planet. So simply educating investors on the opportunity that lies literally under our feet on the continent is, I believe, what is encouraging investors to involve themselves in the opportunity.
Okay, then beyond population growth, right? What hard economic fundamentals actually convince global investors that Nigeria's agricultural sector can deliver sustainable returns?
As I mentioned, our focus is actually on credit, right? So making sure farmers actually gain access to the credit that they need to maximize their productivity. So the numbers as they are right now, over 90% of smallholder farmers in the sub-Saharan region of Africa lack access to institutional loans and finance. And as a consequence of that, these farmers produce at rates 11 times less per acre than Western farmers, right? But if you look at it in context of the global situation, right, the United States loses over 500,000 acres of farmland every year. Europe is shrinking and Asia is essentially maxed out. So the onus is actually going to be on the continent of Africa to feed the world, right? And if nearly 600 million farmers sitting on 70% of the farmable land left on the planet can't access the capital that they need to maximize their productivity, that's not just simply an economic issue. We could potentially be facing a global food crisis.
Been a lot. Now for EU Farm X, is that the right pronunciation? What do you do differently as an agricultural fintech company, and how do you intend to bring what you have into the Nigerian market and actually educate, Nigerian farmers on how to make it as easy as you do it already?
We've developed a patent technology that is able to take basic everyday farming data, and from that, we've been able to generate credit scores that have proven to be reliable. Using our technology thus far, we've been able to facilitate over $6.5 million in sales for smallholder farmers on the continent with default rates below 10% that have been collateral free. So essentially, we have successfully made individual smallholder farmers lendable for the first time in history. So that's the position of UFarmX, and that's essentially what we're building and we're looking to scale. As a means of being able to scale, because at first we were, trying to, build relationships with traditional institutions and banks on the continent. And we found it a bit difficult to get them to hop on board and get excited about, supporting individual smallholder farmers. So we've actually been deploying our technology at the point of sales terminals and retailers, and then enabling them to extend their inventory on credit to farmers as a means of scaling access to the inputs that these farmers need to increase and maximize their productivity.
Nice. So now, how are foreign investors accessing and even mitigating long-standing risks such as insecurity, climate volatility, and weak rural infrastructure?
It's a trust issue, right? So building trust with the founder themselves, the founder and the company being able to establish their own credibility, their traction, revenue. So for us, we've been able to attract, we have 5 VCs on our cap table. We've also done plenty of accelerators, right? So we're a Techstar-backed company. We've been invested in via NVIDIA and JP Morgan via Techstars as well. We've even recently got a investment from the legendary Pharrell Williams himself back in December. So it's just working, building out the company, building traction, and then establishing trust and building relationships, and then educating the investors on the opportunity that is on the continent of Africa.
Segments of Nigerian agriculture production, processing, even logistics or exports are drawing the strongest international interest. And why do you think those are?
There's no shortage of challenges, right? So I see these investors seeing opportunities. So I know when it comes to logistics and infrastructural challenges, investors are investing in vehicles such as cold storage that address farmers' challenges of a lack of access to post-harvest storage facilities, right? So the thesis is African farmers lose roughly 45 to 50% of their produce due to lack of access to these facilities. So I've seen a lot of investors back companies that provide cold storage solutions to farmers.
Very correct. So now, to what extent are recent government reforms and policies genuinely improving investor confidence, rather than just signaling intent?
Done a good job of showing good intent, for the ag sector. And I think the biggest challenge or is just, continuance of policy from one administration to another. If we're able to show consistency over periods of time from one administration to another, I think that can definitely bolster and improve investor interest and trust.
I'd like to talk to me about how important technology is, such as agri-tech, data analytics, and mechanization in reshaping Nigeria's agriculture into a bankable sector.
So for me, honestly, I think tech, looks cool, but I feel like a lot of times, tech companies or even people in general approach some of the challenges unintentionally from a place of arrogance, right? They're more so looking to tackle a thesis instead of actually building relationships and talking to the people directly that they're looking to empower. So I'm actually a proponent that you should actually be providing an actual solution and a service first, and then use tech to enable yourselves to make a deeper impact and scale what you're doing. So the way that our company actually started, we actually started by farming ourselves on the ground. We didn't start looking to, become a tech company. It's just that tech enabled us to scale our impact as we were building.
Okay, then, do you think global investors are partnering effectively with local farmers and agribusinesses, or do you think there is a risk of capital inflows bypassing grassroots players?
The unfortunate challenge for grassroots players and farmers individually is lack of visibility, right? So therefore, platforms like ours help to give these farmers visibility, and then they can be connected to potential direct investment through international players as well.
Now, how does Nigeria's agriculture actually compare with other emerging markets competing for the same global investment capital, particularly in Africa and Asia?
Our company has presence in 2 countries, being Nigeria and Senegal, and I think Nigeria's agriculture sector is very attractive. We have no shortage of manpower, I would say, on the ground, and we can grow essentially anything in Nigeria. So I think it's very attractive, and it's just being able to successfully equip farmers with the right equipment and inputs needed to maximize their productivity. So as we continue to support farmers over time, I think Nigeria will become even more attractive to international and global players.
Wow. Okay, then, what role do climate smart agriculture and sustainability standards play in influencing investment decisions from international funds and institutions?
We are proponents of climate smart and regenerative agriculture, right? We think all farming should be sustainable in nature, but I also do believe that it is a bit unfair for the Western world to put the onus of climate change on Africans themselves, and we aren't the ones that cause these problems. But that's a different conversation. But climate smart agriculture is long term and it's sustainable, and I believe it is best practice.
All right, then, having said that, right, looking ahead 5 to 10 years, what must Nigeria get right to ensure today's investor interest translates into long-term food security, jobs, and even export growth?
Continuation and consistency in policy from one administration to another will allow for the agriculture sector to grow, and then incentivizing private players and institutions on the ground as well to involve themselves in agriculture.
All right, now, having said that, those are very, very valid points, you've stated out there now. Now, I want you to really educate us. You have so much knowledge in this sector. You have so much knowledge in agri-fintech business. Now, a lot of Nigerians are not aware of this trend. They're not aware of how to actually get into using AI as well, or using fintech in the agricultural process to make it easy. So, looking at your company and how you've been able to diversify, right, what top points can you give, to young minds that want to venture into this business, so it will be easier for them?
I feel like instead of trying to put all the bells and whistles and throw all the buzzwords and tech at these challenges, I think people should just actually go out there and really try to solve a real problem, provide a real solution in the service, and then you can use tech to further scale what it is you're doing. But find a service that you can actually provide on ground, a workable business model that is actually generating some revenue. And whatever you should do, whatever you're doing, you have to make sure it's demand driven, right? So you have to constantly be in communication and interviewing the people that you're looking to help. So don't just approach these challenges from like a thesis or a paper. Literally boots on the ground, talk to the people that you're looking to engage with, and provide them an actual meaningful service that they're willing to pay for.
Now, you've been away for a long time, right? So now, how do you think artificial intelligence can help Africa agriculture move from subsistence farming to data-driven commercial production, even more than, you think is already existing?
of which is like how we use AI for our company, right? AI is able to run diagnostics on the farmer profiles, and it allows us to prescribe to them the best inputs needed to maximize their productivity. And then you can also use AI at scale to provide advisory services to the farmers, which some companies are doing as well. So I think AI is a great tool, but I think realistically, humans are essential, right? So human connection, personal engagement is essential, especially in emerging markets like Nigeria.
So then, what role should government play in actually ensuring AI tools are affordable and accessible to smallholder farmers?
I actually try my best not to get involved in politics. This is above my pay grade, right? So, but I do believe, with good government policies that are supportive of innovation and founders, and then supportive of farmers. But I listen. It's above my pay grade. I try not to advise anything political.
Trying to play safe, right? Then, how effectively can AI-driven weather forecasting and drop modeling reduce crop losses linked to climate change?
AI being able to connect to and streamline that information and relay it on ground in real time works. But as I said, I think boots on the ground, because a lot of these algorithms aren't necessarily plugged with the reality on ground, right? And that data is actually captured, and it needs to be captured on ground in these African markets. So
One, thank you so much, Alexander Zanda, all the way from the US, for bringing in your A game into, educating us about the agribusiness, the fintech in agribusiness. And that's been so much education this morning from your end. Thank you so much for staying with us and giving us so much insight in today's Business Morning. Thank you so much for your time, Alexander. Have a great day ahead. Right, and that's all we have for you today on a Business Morning. Thank you for staying with us as we track the latest trends shaping markets and the economy. Remember, business decisions are stronger when backed by the right information. I'm Destiny Momo. Do stay tuned for more updates on Big Story with Elizabeth Musa, and join us again tomorrow for another edition of Business Morning on The Breakfast Show. Good morning.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background. which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi. I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell 1 truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they could change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they could change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on the principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show, and this is Social Listening, where we check out the stories making the rounds on social media. I am Elizabeth Musa, and I'm here with...
Most definitely Onyeka Valentine.
Absolutely. Let's get straight into the conversation.
Right.
Online, Nigerians are engaging with quite a number of conversations, but the first one gaining our attention is the report on the abduction of dozens of people attending 2 churches in Nigeria's Kaduna State. A senior church leader said more than 160 worshippers were abducted by gunmen during Sunday's service. It is the latest mass kidnapping in Nigeria, where both Christians and Muslims have been targeted. Gangs known locally as bandits frequently carry out such attacks in northern and central parts of the country to get ransom payment. Describing Sunday's attack, local police said gunmen armed with sophisticated, quote, weapons burst into the 2 churches in Kurmi Wali, a forest community in Afogo Ward, at about 11:25 local time. This one certainly is making the round because we're talking about, again, insecurity, again, terrorism, again, abductions in churches, always targeted at religious religious places, right. You know, religious gatherings, and then it says a lot. So, you know, when the Donald Trump, U.S. president, says country of particular concern, then it makes you wonder.
Well, again, first and foremost, there is no angle of this story that one wants to paint it in a lighter way. We'll just say it as it is, you know, present it the way it was presented, no sugarcoating, and hopefully our viewers will be able to make sense of it all. And so in that light, I'll rather start by saying this. Is it that we don't understand the magnitude of what's going on in this country? And there's no way me trying to throw our security personnel under the bus, because they are doing a great job battling these people. But it has turned out to be that this is no longer maybe aim for some what we call pickpockets or trying to, you know, enrich themselves by hoping they will get ransom money. Because I don't think these people are broke. Whoever it is that carried out this, first and foremost, it's just a senseless issue, right? These people, these so-called bandits and, you know, kidnappers, they're not broke. Let's be honest. Because they've been doing this and they've been making money. So what is the agenda? It's very painful to see that as much as Nigeria as a country, we're trying to make sure the international world sees us as a country that has moved out of insecurity. Yet, we still have this, what's the word I'm trying to look for here now? These criminals that have no human sympathy, right? Still abducting people. Right. Still moving to churches, you know, and causing mayhem. Now they say, okay, yes, both Muslim and Christians have been, you know, are suffering it. But let truth be told, right? Donald Trump has said something before, that he's going to drop more bombs if this thing continues.
And we don't want that.
And we don't want that. But it appears that we have no choice but to now go back to him again and now say, look, our partnership should continue, right? As much as, like I said before, people are maybe Nigerian government trying to shy away from actual boots on ground, because we have our own, you know, soldiers fighting these bandits, fighting these Boko Haram, and they're doing a great job. However, you're fighting them, some other ones are grouping together again, going to cause some kind of mayhem. Our hearts go to these people and families who, you know, their loved ones have been kidnapped and, you know, abducted. I just hope that our security personnel move very quickly.
But you know what? When you say something like security personnel are doing a lot, it begs so many questions. Many people will disagree with you, because we also saw, was it earlier, a few days ago, we saw that the Nigerian Air Force, you know, has boosted, you know, their capacity. You know, the Nigerian Air Force happens to be more commendable, right, in terms of how they carry out their own operations. You know, the Army too, yes, but we have been seeing complaints that they don't have enough capacity, they don't have enough weapons, they don't have enough this. How true that is, I don't know. But certainly, just like you said, a lot of work has to be done. You know, as a journalist, you get tired saying this thing over and over again.
If I say it's not tiring,
it's like you're repeating the same thing over again. It's a broken record.
You know.
But we'll see some of the comments on social media, see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation online. Sean Nelson says, another mass kidnapping of Christians in Nigeria. I'm hearing 170 targeting multiple churches during Sunday worship in southern Kaduna.
There we go again.
Targeted by Fulani militants for this kind of attack, both recently and for years. Once again, no security reaction. When will it end? Because it's become all too familiar, all too normal.
But another thing is, like I said before, we are not trying to throw our security personnel under the bus, saying they're not doing anything at all, because we see that they are doing something. Unfortunately, they can't be everywhere at the same time. But those people who are sponsoring these criminals, these bandits, this Boko Haram, whatever it is, their time is going to come very soon. When, look, all of them will be, will be captured. All of them are all going to be, arrested, as case may be. But we don't want to see any idea that will surround. Let's give them, what they call that word again? Pardon them. No pardon here.
I agree, but let's see more reactions. Right. Lord Foster says, my heart is actually shattered. To go to church to find peace and end up in a bandit camp in the forest. What kind of country is this?
Exactly.
Over 100 churchgoers gone in one sweep, and we're still calling it clashes. This is a systematic erasure of a people. How many more empty pews and broken families will it take before the world realizes that prayers are no longer enough? We need action, not just alert. I find it really alarming that it's become all too normal. I mean, it's a good thing that we're talking about it on the show today, but no one is talking about. There was a time where things like this happen on the street. That's what everyone is saying. But because it's like we hear it every day. Right. 200 people kidnapped, 500 people, nothing. It's become too familiar. Remember the time of Chibok girls? We're all talking about, because as at then, while it was already a alarming situation, but we're all talking about it because it hasn't gotten this bad. But now we're hearing about hundreds every other day, right, and everyone is moving like there is nothing going on. There's a comment also from Onodugo. It says the government is engaging lobbyists in millions of dollars, but can't face the existential threat against Christians fair and square. You just know they've picked a side, and it's with the Fulani terrorists.
Well, we don't know about that, but I will tell you one thing for sure is, if there's anything that needs to be done, we need to move very quickly. We don't want all this hard work that has been put in place to make sure these people are, eradicated, defeat Boko Haram, defeat all these bandits. We don't want all the hard work that the Nigerian government has put in, right, to now look as if nothing's being done. I think the quicker we move, the better. Because very soon now, Donald Trump is going to respond to this, right? But again, our biggest worry, I hope that's also the worry of people watching too, will be, like I said before, these people, for you to buy arms, arm yourself, have ammunition, do you think money is a problem? So there's something else that's causing this thing. Either they're trying to just destabilize our country, or what exactly, right? Or make the international world feel as if, look, we told you guys before, here's not a safe place to be, right? And people who don't know Nigeria very well would think it's the whole of Nigeria. There are other safe places in Nigeria, like Lagos, other places where you can do your business, but this issue is happening more in the north.
It's even quite early in the year to see all of this.
Do you understand? In January already, we're hearing this. It's a sad thing. Nobody wants to lose his or her family member. Okay, but again, can we find out who are the sponsors of these people?
And honestly, I have to give it to
the head of the snake on time.
We have to give it to the Christians in the north. That's why they said, there's a saying, or there's something we say in general, that Christianity in different parts of the world is different. So even in Nigeria, a Christian in Lagos is different from a Christian in Kaduna, because you find that when you go to, or a Christian in other parts, you find that in certain places they take their Christianity very seriously, much more, because they go through turbulent times. Right. Think about how, despite the fact that they see these things happening every day, they still decide to converge in church. They still decide to congregate.
Faith and hope over fear.
Exactly. They're not, these ones are not, you can tell that they want to be there. These ones are not going there because of a prosperity message or something. But let's move on now to something lighter. I mean,
our hearts go out.
Our heart goes out to them. We hope that they are. We hope that they are.
I'm seriously pained.
Pretty soon.
I am pained. I'm really pained about this whole thing.
Absolutely.
I'm fed up of it. Well, look, fed up. As journalists,
fed up is an understatement. I mean, we just need the government to act and act immediately, act fast. Can we just get an end to this? Well, let's move on now to another story that Nigerians are reacting to, and it's Wizkid's 10 billion Spotify stream success as it becomes the first African artist to reach this height. According to the latest figures as of January 2026, Ayo Balogun, popularly known as Wizkid, tops the list of Africa's most streamed artists on Spotify, with Burna Boy following closely behind on more than 9.5 billion streams. Wizkid's third studio album, Made in Lagos Deluxe, is his most streamed project on the platform, with over 1 billion streams. I hope this doesn't lead to some. First of all, congratulations to Wizkid. Congratulations to Burna, who's also coming. But yes, let's leave the spotlight on Wizkid. I hope this doesn't lead to some sort of fan wars again, because they will start talking about streaming farms and all of those things. But Wizkid keeps. The truth is, like it or not, Wizkid is a pace setter, is a pioneer. He walks so all these people could run, and it's good that they're also doing well. So when you do things and people are coming and they're doing well too, it says a lot about you. Right. It says a lot about you, because if you're doing things and people are coming behind and they are struggling, then there's a problem. So Wizkid, well done to Wizkid. Wizkid would just continue to be on top.
If I might way into this, I mean, first and foremost, I mean, congratulations, we can see for the fact that
the FT.
Most definitely, the fact that we can now confidently say that Afrobeat music, Nigerian, content has now moved to a matured space. We're no longer surviving, we're now thriving. Great stuff. The eyes of the world obviously has been on Nigeria for a lot of negative things, but we see football, bringing us out there in the light. People are loving us more. We see our music
entertainment,
industry, of course,
Nollywood,
yes,
Afrobeat.
Exactly. So these sectors are helping us, keep us out there positively, in the positive way, positive notion. The narrative is different. You see somebody far away in Australia dancing to Wizkid's song. We see a lot going on, which is great. Although I hope that I'm just in my mind of mine, I'm wishing that this 1 billion stream turns out to $1 billion. 10
billion streams, not
10 billion streams,
Turns out to what? $10 billion.
Exactly, but obviously it's not. But anyway, it's good. It is part of the data that anyone needs out there to be able to rank our artists, and obviously say Nigerian music industry has not only come to stay, it has come to dominate. So
absolutely,
congratulations to Wizkid.
And you see how talking about dominate, you see how many of these musicians, entertainers, they're all trying to find a link into Nigeria. It's like if you want to blow now, you have to look for a Nigerian artist to feature, or to Ciara was in Nigeria last year, December, so November, December period. Just here enjoying Lagos culture and all that. They all sort of want to just identify. Some are tracing their roots and saying that there's how many percent Nigerian. It's just all shades of, like we say in secondary school back in the days, we used to say famzin.
So you see now, we who are Nigerians, we don't even know what we have.
No, we do actually. I do know what I have.
We know what we have, but we appreciate it.
We don't appreciate it enough.
The way the other people from other countries actually do appreciate us.
We don't.
I think, and then this again, I don't want to digress, but this again gives us more reason to appreciate, to understand that, look, we have our content and narrative. Can we take control of it? Can we have more of our movies come out with more positive write-ups?
And
music,
this artist needs support, right?
I was heading there. So we see multipliers effect, and this is the business angle now. The more we have Nigerian artists topping based on streaming, the more investors want to come and invest in our music industry, invest in our entertainment industry, because they now know that if they put in money, they'll get money back in return. We have the skill set, we have the talent, we have the fan base, we also have the culture. So all this indication helps us understand that, look, the informal sector can bring in funds.
Absolutely.
It was you and I that was talking about how Funke Akindele's movie and then Abraham's movie is raking a lot of money.
We're hearing so many,
you know,
we're talking about billions.
Exactly.
At the start of this,
exactly.
Of this
month. So I think it's good for us, right? Economically, who knows? One day, oil industry will step aside and allow entertainment industry to change the narrative for the world to now give us.
We're also seeing the tech industry already stepping up against the oil sector. But we see some of the reactions on social media, because this is social listening, and move to our next story and see how Nigerians are also reacting to that one. Certainly, I'm sure that we are getting loads and loads of comments from, the Wizkid FC people.
Right.
Winner says, I'm sure I'm one of those who heavily gave him that number. I just love his songs, especially his new transition. One thing with Wizkid is the king of evolving, and that's the only way. Masterpiece says, congratulations to you, Wizkid Dio, biggest bird of Africa, for his historical achievements. Continue to make Africans proud in global music entertainment. We love you so much. Rock Boy Tom Ford Titan says, big deal. Absolutely. Wizkid is the very first artist from Africa to hit over 10 billion total streams on Spotify across every feature and
still
track.
counting.
This man is really the Elvis Presley of Afrobeat. Okay, interesting feat there from Wizkid, and shout out to his team. When we shout out to all of these people, we only talk about the artists, but it's an entire ecosystem. It takes a village. The team, the producers, the stylists, the managers past, the managers present, the agents, the promoters. Shout out to the entire Wizkid team. Great job. Our next story today, we talked about, we've gone talking about security. We'll obviously move to entertainment. This one is still, in the world of sports. We talked about how the entertainment industry is changing the face of things for Nigeria. Also sports as well. This conversation is all about Nigeria's Super Eagles that have climbed to 26th in FIFA rankings after the AFCON bronze, marking their highest FIFA World Cup ranking in 16 years. This significant rise follows the team's impressive performance at the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco, where they secured the bronze medal. Under head coach Eric Chelle, the Super Eagles emerged as one of the biggest movers in the new rankings, jumping 12 places from their previous position. Now, the current placement marks Nigeria's best ranking since May 2010, when the country was ranked 21st in the world. Interesting. Well done, Tar. I know they wanted to clinch that cup. So sorry that they didn't get to clinch it, but they did well. I wanted to start dragging Chukwueze for losing that penalty. Honestly.
But again, when I sat back and looked at his previous, game and every other thing that he got involved in, I said to myself, this guy is not a bad player.
But why did he shoot so shabbily? He shot with no passion. I was very honest. That's something I could do.
Should I tell you something about this thing called football or soccer, as the case may be? Once you are on the pitch, it's a different ball game from someone who is a spectator. Now, you don't know what's going through his mind.
When you're a spectator, you have a lot to say.
Exactly. You don't know if maybe he might have studied the goalkeeper and said to himself, if I take a hard shot, this guy's going to catch it. Maybe I should pretend that I'm going to take a hot shot and just take it easy. Most of the time, right, those easy shots are the ones that actually go in easy. And then you never know if maybe in his mind he was afraid to say, it's better that the goalkeeper catches this shot than he blasts the ball outside the net totally. Again, give and take. Everything's up.
If you blast it out of the net, what happens?
Then they will now realize this guy's not even a good player in the first place. So, and Nigerians, no matter what you do, they will still talk. Even if that ball had gone to the net, right? And he scored. Somebody will come and tell you, but you could have gone faster than that now.
The only reason why they will not talk is if you scored that goal for us. And that's why everyone was angry, because he came in, it's like 2 minutes for the match to end. So everyone is like, your strength has been reserved. Look at it now. Think about it. How many hours for a match? 1 hour, something. And then you've been on reserve. You've been sitting.
If the ball had entered the net, There'll be no
There'll be no stories. You'll be our man. You get everyone is going to your page to follow you. I'm really pained, honestly, because I saw the passion. Look at the way Victor Osimhen was angry in the previous match. Do you understand? That's someone that really wanted the team to win. Then you come to this match and then someone just had I kept on thinking to myself, if they had left maybe one of these other strikers, perhaps maybe Victor Osimhen, but he's been playing all through the match. He's already tired, needs to rest, and you'll be sitting. They say, okay, come and give us this penalty.
He just came and then made 200 million Nigerians just became
and we got a bronze. But it's well, let's see the comments and see how Nigerians are taking this story on AFCON. God Day says 26th in the world and you cannot qualify for the World Cup. There is nothing to celebrate here. Do you get the anger? Because people were not just, it wasn't about that penalty that he didn't score. It was about the fact that we at least wanted this win because we're not going to the World Cup.
Of course, so we needed
so at least we needed to get,
to compensate for the fact
compensate at least we're AFCON winners, or we not go World Cup. You know Nigerians like winning.
I'm trying to control my emotions. Really.
You know Nigerians like to win. So it's like, we are not going to World Cup.
Give us this AFCON.
Give us this match. Give us this
because we're a better player than the Moroccan team.
And then you came from nowhere and you just did. It was so, everyone was angry. It's also the mannerism. Sometimes you could do something. It was like, it was chewing gum. It seemed like it was lackadaisical. That's how it seemed. Really.
I watched Bovi's reaction on his Instagram page. I've never seen Bovi vent that way. No comic, nothing added to, just straight venting. He said, look, once you are playing football, you see, we have problems in our country. It could have religious crisis. You could have, religion, you have different people and all that stuff. But football is the religion that brings everybody together. You could have kept everything aside. They didn't pay your money. Keep it aside and play as if your life depended on it.
What do you mean they didn't pay? Anyway, let's not take away from this story. Well done to the.
We are getting emotional with this.
Well done to the Super Eagles. They've done way better than 16 years. The past 16 years. The last time that we had the very active and very vibrant Super Eagles team was in 1994. And we're seeing a Super Eagles team that is showing so much passion. Shout out to the Calvin Bassey, Victor Osimhen, all of them. So I just start naming people and leave out some people. They're doing amazing. And the head coach as well, Eric Chelle. You can't talk about the Eagles without talking about him. Well done to the Super Eagles. Thank you for all the work that you've done. And also well done to, we've also gotten some people send them some money. I know the likes of Abdul Samad Rabiu has promised them how many $1,000 to encourage them. So I hope that's enough encouragement to keep. We're not making it to the World Cup. I was going to say, okay, at least World Cup you're going to prove us, but then it tells you
have to rub it in.
Yeah.
The thought that we're not going to the World Cup alone is making me so uncomfortable.
Yeah, because then when you're watching the World Cup, then what team are you going to be supporting? There's no joy.
There's no joy because we are supposed to be like the giant of Africa.
Thanks.
And so the giant of Africa right now.
And when we're watching from the sidelines.
Come on. But it's okay.
But in your lifetime, though, in this lifetime, we'll get to see Nigeria again.
Hopefully.
Yes,
Nigeria becomes
hopeful.
Ascendant. Who knows? Let's see.
Yeah. All right, that's why we'll leave it this morning on Social Listening segment right here on the Business Day Breakfast Show. Up next is Big Story. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the Business Day television. I'm Elizabeth Musa. What does development mean when it leaves families homeless, communities shattered, and a newborn dead? In Makoko, Lagos State's latest demolition exercise, officially described as a safety operation, has spiraled into a humanitarian crisis. Homes were flattened, livelihoods erased, and residents forced to. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Your report actually opens with the story of Mansour Atiba and his newborn child. Why did you choose to lead with that story, and what did it reveal to you about what was really happening in Makoko?
Thank you for that question. So, I led my story with the story of Mansour Atiba. The reason for that is not far-fetched. I mean, if you want to quote statistics, but that does not put a human face to the situation. And so, telling the story from the lens of the people, how they feel, their fears, their hopelessness, was what motivated me to lead the story with Mr. Atiba. Lost of his 5-year-old baby for a commodity. So displacing them, you see, when I went to the community, I saw the hopelessness written all over their faces. They're tired of crying, they're tired of wailing. They're just like, government help us. The same government that's displacing them, they're still appealing to the government to come to their aid.
I mean, when I read your story, I will talk about to speak on the side of the government, because we hear and we know. They say that Makoko was a disaster waiting to happen. I mean, the place is not ideal for living, but the people of Makoko would say to you that, I mean, we're living in poverty, but they had this sort of contentment in Makoko.
Yes.
Regardless of their houses being shanties on the water, they seem to be okay with it. All they care about is fishing. Will I even say a roof over their head? Yeah, a roof over their head, even with the way it's with wood and whatnot. But the government will say, no, there was a disaster waiting to happen. They couldn't have been staying there. But the people of Makoko will say otherwise. But I think it's the way in which the government came. But yes, there's also been stories. There's also been, when we track back a bit, still from 2012, actually, the government has been saying they should evacuate. So there's also that. So what do you have to say about that?
Okay, so yeah, this like you said, 2012. It all started 2012, but then they'll have the Makoko people have the backings of the global world. They have legal backing, and so they rush to the courts. They filing their case, and they always come out victorious.
Really?
Yeah. So they've always won their cases from time indefinite till this point, when government didn't even, government was so strategic with the way this demolition is being carried out. It didn't just say they want to demolish the community. Rather, it sat down with the ballets, the traditional leaders, have a one-on-one talk with them, tell them the reason why they want to demolish those places. But they're not demolishing all the shanties. They just want to demolish like 100 meters from the power line. They gave them the implication of staying under the power line. And so the community leaders, by him, the suggestion of the government, took the recommendation from the government and told their people to okay, this is the implication of you living under the power lines. Why don't we move it by 100 meters, right? They even went to the extent of doing the measurement. They bought flags and like, okay, this is the 100 centimeter. They told their people, please start removing your valuables, whatever you have, remove it, because government is coming to demolish from this point to this point. So they already are aware that, yes, so that was the strategy government used, right? And that was why they were kind of successful to this extent.
So are you saying that they moved beyond, they moved away from the power lines, but the government still came and demolished the shanties that were not underneath the power lines?
Exactly. So that's where the issue came in. So they agree with the government, and even government confirmed that it's only 100 meters they are demolishing. By the end of the day, they've extended it to like 500 meters. And it wasn't a peaceful, they didn't do it in a peaceful manner. Rather, they forcefully did that, and that was what led to the death of Atiba's 5-day-old baby, because they started throwing tear gas everywhere just to chase the people away.
So who failed here? Would we say it's the communication that failed? Would you say it's enforcement that failed, or is this a case of deliberate deception?
I think it's a case of deliberate deception.
Wow.
In that, yeah, because I mean, if there was clear communication, I mean, the people cannot claim that. Government confirmed that they agreed on 100 meters, right? It is people carrying out the operation that said, no, we didn't even get any directive from the government. They only say demolish every buildings, every shanties. They don't want shanties on the water. And so I think government just used that means, allegedly, please, use that means to like deceive the people so as to have an entrance to the community. I mean, that was what played in...
You say it was a case of deliberate deception.
I think so, yes. Allegedly, though.
So we also have, I mean, from your report, you talked about tear gas, which you've also alluded to, that the government was making use of tear gas in this community, where we have newborns, we have, I mean, elderly people.
Who cannot run. And you know how shanty is.
It's
not like
terrible
land where you can run. It's water.
Yes.
I mean,
you have to move into your canoe,
exactly.
Right?
And you know that place. I went there last week. Sorry for cutting you short. I went there last week, and do you know they still experience traffic? I mean, you have to clear the path for one boat.
I was shocked to find that they had canoe traffic.
Yes.
That's what Destiny was also talking about this morning. Earlier in the show, we happened to talk about. I was shocked. So there's canoe traffic.
Exactly.
That means there's so many canoes.
Very. I mean, that's their car. I mean, that's their Lamborghini. You understand? So that's the means with which they move from one point to another. They have a lot of canoes.
So would you say that this force was avoidable, and who authorized the use of this tear gas?
Well, government hasn't said anything in that regard. So I think it would have been avoided. I mean, the people they accepted when their valet told them to move 100 centimeter. We even saw them removing their valuables, right? Do you get it? So if they continue in this peaceful manner, I mean, negotiation, if they had really be transparent with the valets and with the people, there would have been no need for the tear gas and those violence that took place 23rd of December 2025. So they would have been totally avoided.
You know, I still keep thinking about the 5-day-old child.
Yeah.
But let's also talk about these traditional leaders who are caught in between. You know, the Bales say they negotiated in good faith and urged compliance, only to be betrayed. What does this say about the place of community leadership in Lagos in the entire urban renewal process? What does this say about our community leadership?
I mean, the Bales, they fought, like you said, 2012. They fought the battle and they won. They've been winning this battle. And so it's not like see if they've not really put in efforts to protect their people. No, they have. They've been outspoken. Like I spoke with one of the ballets, Chimede Emmanuel, and is the ballet of the waterfront, Makoko waterfront. And he told me that he really trusted the government when they told him that, oh, we only want, they started with 30 meters, by the way, from 30 meters to 50 meters and then 100 meters. That he really reasoned with the government. His aim is to protect his people, right? If there's any danger coming to his people, he would do whatever it takes to protect them. And so that was why he appealed to the community member to please comply with the government. But when the thing now extended from 100 meters to over like 500 meters, he felt betrayed. So that also tell you of why the traditional leaders should actually negotiate. They shouldn't be the one to negotiate with government. At least they should have lawyers beside them when they're talking to the government, just to have these documents to prove that yes, this was the outcome of our discussion with the government.
That's also a lesson learned, and I think for me it's also this erosion of public trust that the government keeps emphasizing, because if these people trusted you and then you eroded their trust by moving meters away from what was the agreement, if thousands of people trusted you and you eroded their trust, it says a lot about the government. But one thing you also did was you traced Makoko's demolition to a broader pattern. You know, you talked about Monkey Village, Shoki, you talked about Otumara and Baba Ijora. What does this pattern tell us about how Lagos State handles this informal settlement?
I mean, from all indications, we saw the one that happened in Yanoro, and it doesn't end well. It's always forceful eviction. Government I don't know if they can ever sit down with this community people, have a one-on-one conversation with them, tell them their plans. I mean, it will go a long way. It will avoid a lot of deaths that have occurred in years. I mean, Fashola did it. When he wanted to invade or demolish the community in Jora, then he sat with the people. Even before he started the demolition, he built settlement for them, built where they could stay. And he had a one-on-one conversation with them. So we didn't hear of all these things happening, right? I mean, that's what the government should be looking at. You should know this. These are humans. These are people, right? You can't just displace them. You should be able to create a place for them to stay. I mean, have conversation with them. Let's know what they even want. It's not a big deal, right? Certainly an apartment or building an apartment where they can stay, it's not really out of reach for government. Yeah, so that's what government should be doing. Fashola did it, and so other government should follow suit.
I'm also seeing, I'm also looking at the big picture of how this could also increase insecurity in the country. I was going to say unemployment. You know, someone might say, "Oh, how employed were they?" But they were employed because they were fishermen and women. They were
how much it costs for them, how much they make.
Right, they were actually content. I remember back in the day when I used to buy fish from there. If you had seen my LinkedIn, I would go there and very affordable. So I'm also thinking about the ripple effects of this, because there are also restaurants that buy their fish from there, their seafood from there at a more affordable price as against importing. Look, because this is business day, I'm also thinking about the economic side of this entire thing, because what does this mean? I mean, you were there. Is there a possibility, let me first ask, is there a possibility that they're still able to continue the fish market there?
No. So it's like you're taking their livelihood from them. The government is taking their livelihood from them.
And it's also affecting other people, because
even
not
the
just
children,
them.
they are hopeless. I mean, if this trend continue without a proper arrangement for these people, I mean, it will deepen the poverty level we have in Lagos State. And then the children, what's the future of the children? Hoodlums. I mean, where do you want them to turn to when they are not going to school, right? And so, I mean, it's really not just lives that have been lost, not just properties that have been lost. I mean, look at the future of the children.
I think it also affects, for me, I'm also thinking about the economic side of things. It also affects our economy, because if we have to look at basic things we have to import in Nigeria. So even frozen foods, fish, we get to import some fishes. But at least we had a fish market that you could get fresh fish from. You'd see them from the market at Makoko market.
Yes.
amazing. You get all sort of fish, all fishes I've not seen in my life.
Exactly.
So imagine that has gone. Talk about restaurants that also get. We talk about Lagos restaurants and how expensive they are. It's even become more expensive because if they have to keep importing something as much
you can
as
easily get
easy as fish, because I don't know what that was the major fish market.
Exactly.
That was the major source of life. So I'm also thinking about how this is also affecting the economy. You know, supporters of the demolition will argue that Lagos must become a mega city and they must enforce planning laws. But from what you witness, can you say that development truly succeeds when resettlement, compensation, and dignity are missing?
Yeah, I mean, we want Lagos to be a mega city, no doubt about that. But if the development would cause lives, lead to poverty, displacement, and then that's not development, because development is also the people. Do you get it? And so if you are bringing in development, you should be able to look for alternative for these ones. If you are displacing those people, where do you want them to go to? And so development can be real development if it also impacts the people, right? So, I mean, that's just it. Lagos, we're not fighting that Lagos State shouldn't be a mega city. Of course, we want our city to be world-class city, but then it shouldn't be at the detriment of people's livelihood and source of income.
And also, one other thing your report highlight, you talked about the wetland loss and flooding risks. While these communities are removed in the name of order, sand filling, and wetland destruction continuing elsewhere, would you say Lagos is solving one problem while it's deepening another problem?
Exactly, that's what is happening. I mean, can you stay at Lekki when it's like really raining? People move from Lekki, their homes. Lekki used to be wetlands that were sand filled, and yeah, so I spoke with a professor and he highlighted the danger of sand filling wetlands. It will definitely lead to flood. Water will always find its way, no matter what. You feel it, it's finding its way. So that's what the professor said, that filling these wetlands in Lagos will lead to flooding.
And it's going to worsen the flooding because
situation.
I'm also seeing how this, because Amakoko is sort of in the lagoon in between the mainland and islands, sort of. So are you seeing the possibility of this leading to some sort of flooding on the mainland?
That is where it's going to, because I mean we've experienced it at Lekki Axis, but now the professor I spoke to said if you feel that third mainland water just because of development, you see the whole of Yaba, we'll be experiencing flooding in Yaba, what we have never experienced in decades. We'll start experiencing, because that's what happened at Banana Island, right? And other places at Lekki. So we'll start experiencing that in the mainland. So that's what the professor said. Yeah.
I'm just actually speechless, because I'm thinking about if this was really well thought out by the government. You know, we're not trying to solve one problem and lead to many more problems of unemployment, problems of insecurity, again. I also talk about the historical side of things. That's one side that many people are not really talking about. I also feel like Makoko is deeply historical. It's a rich part of our history, you know, especially because I mean, for years, you would see the Western world come there and film documentaries, talk about the poverty and all of that stuff, which is not something that we like. But in general, the people are even content, you know. What was more important for me was making sure that they got the basics, you know, which is what they wanted, you know, clothing, food, shelter.
And they are content with that.
They're good with that. So for families now sleeping in canoes with no food, shelter, or schools, what immediate steps should the government take if they actually want to balance the safety, development, and human rights?
Yeah. So why development will always take place in Lagos State? The people that are displaced, government should first of all look at their situation by stopping the demolition. First of all, they should stop the demolition, go to the negotiating board and negotiate with the balance and traditional leaders to see how they can take it from there. And then the displaced, they should immediately look for shelter for these ones, because it's raining on them. It's sunny on them. I mean, you look at them, they are tired. They are so tired. So government should look for accommodation for these ones, right? And then those schools, they should ensure that the children, they are still going to school, right? We shouldn't just leave them, because they will be the problem of tomorrow. So if they don't tackle them, give them the basic education that they deserve. So these are some of the steps government should think. Yeah,
we have to go now, but just as we wrap up, after weeks of you being on the waterfront and listening to these stories, what's the thing that stayed with you the most?
I mean, what really caught my attention was the hopelessness written all over the faces of the people. They are tired, they are exhausted, they are just pleading for the government to come to their aids. If they want development, no wala, but then government should be able to settle them, find a place for them to stay. But for the question I would really want the government to respond is that, can development truly take place without the people being carried along? Or can development take place in this way, by displacing people? Where do they want them to go to? This is a big question I want the government to answer.
Royal Ibe, thank you so much for your courage and your reporting on this story. This continues to tell us about a story that confronts a difficult truth. Development without people at the center may build cities, but will also break lives. We'll also continue to keep an eye on this story. Thank you for watching The Big Story and for watching the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Until tomorrow, stay safe.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture, operating under Petroleum Mining Leases 53 and 54, has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Becky Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fisan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but have seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First E&P for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey's scholarship program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
And welcome to the Business News Hour, reaching you live from BusinessDay Television. I'm Glory Brown Odibo, and here are the top business stories making headlines today. NGS begins week in red, shares 10.9 billion naira. CBN pursues growth, tames inflation through reforms. Banks record rising loans default amid strong demand. Non-oil exports hit $6.1 billion, all-time high. Indian firm to expand Dangote refinery in $350 million deals. We'll begin today's business news in Nigeria, where the Nigerian exchange opened the week on a bearish note, with market capitalization declining by 10.9 billion naira at the close of trading on Monday. Figures released by the exchange show that 629.57 million shares were exchanged across 57,840 deals, with transactions valued at 14.75 billion naira. Compared with the previous trading section on Friday, January 16, 2026, trading volume rose by 17%, while turnover fell by 12%. The number of deals, however, increased by 21%. A total of 130 equities were traded during the season, recording 4 gainers against 24 losers. Leading the gainers were NCR Nigeria, Champion Breweries, and Learn Africa, each posting a 10% increase in share prices. By value of trades, the most actively traded stocks were Zenith Banks at 1.57 billion naira, Aradel at 1.52 billion naira, Access Holdings and GTCO at 1.2 billion naira each, and UBA at 0.70 billion naira. Market analysts attributed Monday's performance to cautious investor sentiment at the start of the trading week, despite sustained activities in several blue-chip stocks. Moving on, Nigeria's economy appears to be entering a phase of renewed stability, with the Central Bank of Nigeria's projecting strong growth and lower inflation in 2026, driven by key structural and monetary reforms. In its latest macroeconomic outlook, the CBN forecasts that gross domestic product will grow by 4.49% this year, while inflation is expected to moderate at an average of 12.94%. The bank also expects external reserves to rise to $51.04 billion, while the cost of lending is projected to decline as monetary conditions gradually loosen. The Apex Bank believes that its broader policy reforms will support a stronger, more globally competitive domestic economy. The CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso recently reflected on the progress so far, saying the institutions had worked deliberately to restore credibility, transparency, and policy alignment. Speaking at the 59th Annual Bankers Dinner organized by the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, Cardoso said the institutions had recorded significant progress across all three priorities areas, while acknowledging that substantial work still lies ahead. He noted that the actions taken remain aligned with the policy direction outlined from the outset, adding that commitments made were implemented transparently and consistently. The CBN expects reserves to rise to 51.04 billion naira, up from $45.01 billion in 2025 and $40.19 billion in 2024. The bank said this expected improvement would be driven by better crude output, improved local refining, higher remittances, and increased capital inflows. The CBN further said its outlook that the growth prospect in 2026 is positive on account of continued gains from broad-based structural reforms and improved stability in the exchange rates. Meanwhile, banks operating in Nigeria have reported a broad increase in loan defaults among households and businesses, signaling mounting pressure in the credit market despite improved loan supply and rising demand. According to the Central Bank of Nigeria's Credit Condition Survey for the fourth quarter of 2025, lenders recorded higher default rates across secured, unsecured, and all categories of corporate lending during the period. The survey points to weakening repayment capacity among borrowers as high interest rates, subdued consumer incomes, and elevated operating costs continue to weigh on economic activities. Defaults on secured loans also increased further in the fourth quarter, with lenders reporting a net balance of minus 2.2 points. Analysts say the combination of stronger loan demand and rising default highlights a growing mismatch between borrowing needs and repayment capacity. Many households and businesses are relying more on credits to manage cash flow pressures, but elevated interest rates and weak income growth are limiting their ability to service existing debts. The survey further showed that lending rates remained relatively high, with spreads on secured and unsecured household loans widening further relatively to the monetary policy rate. And still on, Nigerians' non-oil exports rose to a round high of $6.1 billion in 2025, marking an 11.5% increase from the $5.4 billion recorded in 2024. According to the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, the NEPC said the milestone represents a significant boost to Nigerians' economic diversification efforts, and countries continue to reduce its dependence on crude oil revenues. Noye Ayini, Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of the NEPC, disclosed this on Monday in Abuja during our annual progress report and 2026 non-oil export outlook briefing. Noye said data obtained from pre-shipment inspections agencies show that Nigeria had surpassed its previous best performance, describing the 2025 outcome as a historic milestone for former documented trades. She described the 2025 performance as a historic milestone for the sector, noting that it represents the highest value of formally documented non-oil exports recorded since the establishment of the Council nearly 5 decades ago, surpassing all previous records and underscoring Nigerians' growing momentum in expanding its non-oil export base. According to her, the $6.1 billion export value reflects improved activity across several value chains, supported by expanding market access and increasing product diversification. According to the NEPC, the latest performance comes amid renewed government efforts to boost foreign exchange earnings, stabilize the naira, and reduce the economic's vulnerability to oil price shocks by deepening non-oil export revenues. Also, Engineers India Limited has announced that it will lead the expansion of the Dangote refinery, a project that will increase the facility's capacity from 650,000 barrels per day to 1.4 million barrels per day. In a statement, Engineers India Limited said it has signed a contract agreement valued at more than $350 million with the Dangote Group to serve as project management consultant and engineering procurement and construction management consultant for the expansion project. The India engineering firm said the latest engagement underscores the confidence placed in its technical expertise and project delivery capabilities. According to the company, the expansion also strengthens Nigeria's drive to position itself as a regional hub for refined petroleum products and petrochemicals. The company added that once completed, the expansion would position Dangote as the world's largest petroleum refinery, strengthen fuel production within Africa, reducing reliance on imports, and supporting regional energy security. In other news, the International Monetary Fund has projected that Nigeria's economy will grow by 4.4% in 2026, reflecting the impact of ongoing government reforms and improving macroeconomic conditions. The fund also expects economic growth across sub-Saharan Africa to strengthen, rising from 4.4% in 2025 to 4.6% in both 2026 and 2027, driven by macroeconomic stabilization and structural reforms in key economics. Globally, the IMF forecasts growth of 3.3% in 2026 and 3.2% in 2027, noting that while high technology sectors may moderate, they are expected to offset weaker activity elsewhere despite lingering tariffs-related uncertainties. However, the IMF cautioned that downside risk persists, warning that growth resilience remains uneven and vulnerable to sector-specific shocks and long-standing structural challenges. We'll take a short break now. When we return, we'll cover the indigenous contractors' protest in Abuja and more business updates. Stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and creates the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour. Moving on, the Director General of the Bureau of Public Service Reforms, Dasuki Arabi, has said federal ministries, departments, and agencies no longer uses manual processes to make payment, insisting that government transactions are now fully digitized through public financial management reforms. He attributed the move away from cash and manual payments to reforms in government financial systems, noting that digitization has enhanced public transparency and the release and utilization of public funds. Arabi said the Bureau established in 2004 drives the monitors public service reforms, noting that other institutions initiating reforms are required to report back for evaluation. He added that the Bureau works is guided by the National Strategy on Public Service Reforms, serving as the country reform tracker since 2004. He said the Bureau introduced a scorecard to rank MDA websites and collaborated with other agencies to standardize their structure while allowing institutions to maintain their unique identities. He added that the reforms required MDAs to have functional websites, active telephone lines, and interactive portals to enable citizens to engage with government, request information, and receive feedbacks. And shifting from digital payments to construction issues, indigenous contractors on Monday resumed protests in Abuja over an alleged 4 trillion naira debt owned by the federal government for completed 2024 capital project. The protest follows a similar action staged by the contractors in December 2025 over the same unpaid obligations. Gathering at the Ministry of Finance, the protesters insisted they would remain on site until the full outstanding balance is settled, as only part of the debt was cleared after the previous demonstration. Speaking during the protest, All Indigenous Contractors Association of Nigeria President Mr. Jackson Wunsu said the debt-covered capital projects executed for the federal government in 2024. He noted that the project has been completed, but contractors were yet to receive payment, with many members having financed the work through commercial bank loans. The delay, he said, have pushed numerous contractors into financial distress. According to him, only about 40% of the outstanding amount was paid following the December 2025 protest, and members are vowed to remain at the ministry until the full balance is cleared. He warned that the association may take further action if the debt remains unsettled, adding that the situation poses risk to the wider economy. Still on, confusion continues to surround the construction of the second railway at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, amid uncertainty over the project actualization's discussion intensified in 2025 when its estimated cost reached 532 billion naira. Security of the government's commitment arose after the Ministry of Aviation allocated just 10 million naira for the project in 2026 budget proposal presented by the National Assembly by President Bola Tinubu. The project was first unveiled in April 2009 at an estimated cost of 64 billion naira under the then Minister Bambatunde Omotoba, designed as a 4.5-kilometer runway from the world's largest passenger aircraft. It was planned with category all Elfid lightning and a width of 75 meters. Under former Minister Adi Sirika, the contract was signed with China Civil Engineering Constructions Corporation with costs rising to 90 billion naira by 2023 and later to 532 billion naira due to inflation and forex volatility. Minister Keyemo rejected the proposed increase as excessive. Keyemo explained that token allocations in the budget kept large projects active while alternative funding is secured. He assured that the government is close to financing alternative financing and remains committed to delivering the second runway. And turning to the power sector, the federal government has allocated over 1.1 trillion naira to the power sector in the 2026 appropriation bill, an amount higher than the 900 billion naira budgeted for the sector in 2025. However, stakeholders have raised concerns as a detailed examination of the budget shows that no part of the allocation is explicitly earmarked for electricity tariffs, support, or subsidy payment, which, according to operators, is about 200 billion naira monthly. The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission has repeatedly stated that in absence of the cost-reflective tariffs, the federal government undertook to cover the gap between the cost-reflective and allow tariff in forms of tariff subsidies. The subsidy burden remains high on the monthly basis despite the Band 8 tariff adjustment of April 2024. Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Association of Power Generation Companies, Joy Ogaji, highlighted a significant omission in the national budget that underscores the low priority given to the power sector. Ogaji noted that this conclusion and exclusion signals a departure from direct budgetary acknowledgement of the sector's shortfall. Instead, it shifts the financial burden onto operators across the value chain, especially generation companies and gas suppliers who are receiving just 34% of owned payment, compounded by chronic delays and escalating market debts. Also, Kanu Electricity Distribution Company recorded a 50% surge in industrial power consumption in 2025, bucking a national trend where manufacturers increasingly rely on costly self-generation. Industry and industrial offtake rose from 43.33 gigawatt hours in January to 62.14 gigawatts by December, with cumulative consumption reaching around 569 gigawatt over 11-month tract. The growth marks a rare success in Nigeria's power sector, where unreliable supply often forces factories to depend on diesel generators. Mohammed Dantata, Chief Commercial Official, emphasized that consistent service delivery has been central to building manufacturers' confidence. He noted that utilities' commitment to industrial development through reliable supply and competitive tariffs. He added that month-on-month consumption increases reflect growing trust among industrial customers in Kanu Disco's capabilities. And in the major development, the Nigerian Communications Commission. Let's go on a quick break. When we return, we'll bring you more stories. Stay with us. Welcome back to the Business News Hour. Let's go on a quick break again. When we return, we'll bring you more business news. Stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly,
Welcome back to the Business News Hour, right here on Business Day Television. To wrap up the Business News Hour, foreign airline operators have urged urgent solutions to Nigerians' aviation bottlenecks, citing rising operational costs, infrastructure gaps, policy inconsistencies, and foreign exchange constraints as key challenges. The call was made by Damilola, newly elected chairman of the International Airlines Operators Committee, during his inaugural address. He said and addresses that the progress in the sector, but stressed the need to address persistent operational challenges. It described Nigeria as one of the Africa's most strategic aviation markets by population, economic potential, and regional influence, adding that the committee exists to support safe, efficient, and sustainable international air transport operations. He said that highlighted pressing issues including airport facilities, navigational aids, and passenger experiences, while noting initiatives such as airport modernization and runway rehabilitations are stepped in the right direction. He emphasized that a well-functioning aviation sector drives business investment, job creation, and national competitiveness, calling for consistent execution and structured stakeholders' engagement. And with that, that's how we conclude today's Business News Hour. I'm Glory Brown Odibo. Thank you for joining us. Stay tuned to the Business Day Television for breaking updates, expert analysis, and the stories shaping the business world.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
wow, Latine, what have you going to say? You're selling food now? To do things that are truly innovative and groundbreaking, you probably have to seem like the odd one out.
Would you say it's easier running a business or working for a business? Which one do you think is easier?
My own opinion is that it's easier to work for another person because there's a lot more responsibility and a weight on your shoulder.
Hello, rich people, and welcome to another episode of Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, right here on bdtv, where we highlight the stories of established young Nigerian founders, CEOs, businessmen, and women. I'm your host, Norma Obodna, and today, joining me on the lounge is Olatunde. Olatunde Alayaki is the founder of Jeun, a food tech company delivering wholesome, convenient Nigerian and fused meals made just how people like them. An innovation-driven approach to reimagining Nigerian and African cuisine for the modern world. With a degree in civil engineering from the University of Bath, England, Olatunde's professional journey has included working with renowned firms such as Arup & Curtains in the UK, as well as Sahara Group in Lagos, Nigeria. His experiences also include supporting the interests and execution of investment projects across Nigeria and Africa, such as the Africa Collective, an initiative relating to the World Economic Forum and the AFCFTA, which ultimately sparked his desire to pursue entrepreneurship. He's a believer in the power of purpose and innovation. Olatunde also harbors a big love for space and rocket development. Welcome to the show, Olatunde.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're going to jump right into today's questions because we have a lot for you.
Right.
We've seen you do so many things, go from corporate to having your own business. So yeah. I can imagine what's that like, moving from that kind of structure and then starting your own stuff?
It's a different experience, firstly, but I think it's one thing. The corporate structure obviously helps you to be able to understand how to work and serve, right? And so when you're setting up your own business, when I was setting up Jeun, it was very important that I took certain things that I had learned and seen, maybe my managers do, or just implementing the whole vision for the company as well. So I think, yeah, it was there was obviously a difference, but I think it was worth it to have that corporate experience and then start my own thing. Yes.
So would you say it's easier running a business or working for a business? Which one do you think is easier?
I think my own opinion is that it's easier to work for another person because carrying the vision and carrying the weight of the vision and trying to implement it and share it with so many people is a task on its own. And I think that any entrepreneur faces that every day. So it's not just about you and the product and the customer, it's about you, the systems, the structures, the people, and then that goes to the customer, right? So I think every day you're thinking constantly, how do I pass across this message, this vision of what we're trying to build to everyone that I'm employing so that they can also do the same to the customer? So I think it's definitely harder to do your own thing. Yeah, there's a lot more responsibility and a weight on your shoulder. Yes.
So where did you first receive the vision for Jeun? Because there's a consistency with the taste of the jollof rice in particular. Like, I've not had anything close to it. So where did you get the vision that, okay, this is how we're going to structure this particular recipe, this is how we're going to do this? Like, how did you birth this entire idea?
I think firstly it's important to track back a little bit, right? So I'm from a civil engineering background. Uni was civil engineering, and then I moved back and I was really interested in the food and agricultural space, right? Farm to table, right? Looking at the whole value chain of the whole food system, right? And I think one thing that stood out for me was even before I started Jeun, I had a bit into, I would say, agricultural sector. So we're looking at smallholder farmers and how we could get their produce from them directly to the markets. But it was a bit of a capital intensive venture because you have to think about cold chain storage, all of these kind of things from maybe the north. You're thinking about the road infrastructure, all of these kind of things. So it was a bit heavy. And so because I was looking at all the different aspects, whether it was distribution or the farm aspect or processing, or the table aspect, which is like in the form of restaurants and food businesses, right? For me, it was then like, okay, if I can't start here, then maybe I should just go and start with selling food, right? And for me, I couldn't comprehend, wow, Latine, what have you going to say? You're selling food now? I think that was the first fear that I had. But for me, it was important to stay true to myself and stay true to, you know, what I believed about the food and agricultural sector and how I felt like it's such a critical part to Nigeria's development, right? And I thought also as well that, you know, if I understand the issues at the table side, then I'll be able to backwards integrate into the other things that I had an interest in, right? The farming aspect of things. So with gel, I just remember there was a day where I was thinking about, okay, how do we do a table side of things, right? My most experience with food before that was cooking at uni, right? So there wasn't Nigerian food readily available, and so I would cook from time to time. My first jollof rice was not the best, but by the time I left uni, people were calling me to come and make, like, my friends. It was just a thing. It wasn't anything I thought about selling. It was just like people would come to me and say, Latine, your jollof, Latine, your fried rice. Do you understand? And I kept on doing that because I love to do that, right? I haven't had a page called He Cooks, right? So I used to, you know, cook and, you know, just post pictures of my food. Yeah, the page is actually still up. It can come up, right? And so I'll just post and things like that. So 3 years later, I was just thinking about it and the word John just came to mind, right? But I didn't know what I wanted John to be. I just knew that, you know, I wanted it to be something and something impactful. And in terms of marketing, I think I was very much like, we had to do this in a different way, because what I saw in Nigeria was people were speaking a lot about, like, okay, they'll show the food, they'll say you can buy this, you can buy that, but nobody was speaking about, like, you know, showing the people. It was almost like the food marketing space was a bit different, right? And I think with John, we really wanted to do something different. So to your question, it was really just about, like, this journey I'd had through the food and agricultural sector, and the word John just came to mind, and I knew it was God inspired, and I decided to just run with that and just see. So we didn't even, with the Mighty Jollof, for example, I always say this to people, like, it wasn't something we didn't sit down and start doing, no, because I didn't even have that experience, right? There are certain things I'm learning about the food industry now that I didn't know before, but there was a leap of faith that I took to just say, you know what, we're going to call it Mighty Jollof, and that Mighty is going to be, in a sense, what it would be. And now Mighty Jollof is our bestseller at Gel.
Mighty Jollof. People should try it.
Yeah, it was just really just going along the process and trusting that there was something Latine can give to this industry. And you know, 1 year and a couple some months in, we're doing just that, I believe, and we can do more. Yes.
So let's calm down small, because now, like, we are going all business, you know. So, like, what is the vibe of your workplace? What's, like, the vibe? If you could describe it with a song, what would be the name of the song?
With a song, I would say a song, like, it's actually my favorite song at the moment. So maybe like Za is by An Endless Ocean. And I would say the reason why I say that, it's a bit like, you know, fun, and you know, there are stressful days in our workplace for but I think that one thing that always happens when people come and interview is they say, you know what, like, I really like how you guys seem like a family. Do you understand? So there are fun days, but there are also days where, you know, we're just, like, really excited about what we're doing and everyone is keyed into everything. So I'll say it's that, because it's a bit upbeat, but obviously the lyrics are still, you know, quite serious. I'll say that.
Okay, so we hear a lot about wins and entrepreneurship. Some people, they'll say, oh, you know, I made my first 1 million naira, I made my first $1 billion from, you know, all of that. But food business happens to be, yes, one of the most profitable, but I do think that there are downsides. Do you agree with this?
Yeah, certainly. I think with any venture that you have in Nigeria across the world, there will always be downsides, right? I think, it's a ripe industry for sure because the demand is very high across Lagos, across Nigeria for food, right? But there are downsides because at the end of the day, you have a vision to set something up, right? And it's just like civil engineering. It was really about buildings and structures, right? So they're setting up the foundation. There's now the pillars and the columns and the beams and all of these kind of things. So I think that, at every stage you encounter difficulties. So yeah, there are downsides to, building anything, I believe. Yeah.
Okay. So if you had 1 hour with one of the top business men or women in the world, who would that be?
In the world, I would say Elon Musk.
Ooh, yeah. Why Elon?
Like, Elon is just like, I disagree with certain things sometimes, but I think that Elon is, I've really just been inspired by his, desire to go after things, right? And I'm a big fan of space and rocket development. So I've seen SpaceX build. I wasn't there from the start, but seeing their development, over the last 10 years or so has been quite inspiring to see. And seeing the other things that he does is he's doing like Tesla, SpaceX, and all of these kind of things. And the guy is just a machine. Like, so it's just like, how do you balance all of these things? It's, he doesn't limit himself. So yeah, I would say 1 hour with Elon would be good. Yeah.
I don't know if you heard about the news where they sent Egusi to space. Would Jen be sending jollof rice? I will just know in case they are sending people to Mars anytime soon. So if you're going there, I would like to be in space as well.
Yeah, definitely. I want to go to Mars as well. I want to go to the moon. So if they're sending jollof, like, they should choose.
Please choose Jen Umbai to jollof. Please.
Yeah, and the founder as well. Call me and I'll be there.
Okay, so it's been a very beautiful journey, and way before that, before it became genuine, it became a thing, where was the moment where you sat down and you were like, Omo, I'm really doing this thing, like this genuine thing, I'm really doing it? What was that moment for you?
Before it started? So in 2023, I had left a job that I was doing within the investment space, right? And as at the time where I left the job, I didn't have any plan B. Like, I didn't know what I was going to do. I just know that I upped and left, right? And I just told myself that, look, Latine, you have to get something. Because the reason why I left was because I felt like there was something more, but I couldn't put my hands on it. Like, it was an amazing job. It was giving me a lot of exposure. But at the same time, where there's that tussle in your heart saying, okay, I could go down this road and it'll be nice and it'll be good. But then I don't believe that it helps me fulfill my full potential or purpose. So with Gel, I think there was one day where I just decided, like, I'm going to pursue this thing. I have a name, I have an idea. It's going to be Nigerian, right? And so we're going to pursue this to the fullest of my ability. And one thing I always dedicate myself to is putting 100% in everything I do. So there is no 20, there's no 30. It's just like I could run with something and I'm just going to, until it fails, I'm there. Do you understand? Showing up 100% every day. So I think it was just a series of moments where I just decided, yeah, we're going to pursue this. And thanks to the people around me, they also enabled and pushed me into like just following my dreams and doing what I thought was best for my life. Yeah.
That brings me to the next question, which is, who do you go to when things get hard?
I go to God. I think that's the most important thing. I go to God, but I also have a lovely support system around me. Things get hard, and I think, with entrepreneurs, you start to realize that yes, the business is front and center, but at the end of the day, you're also a human being who has you have your downtimes, you have your moments of pure excitement and all of these kind of things. And sometimes it's really about how do I translate, because you're working with people as well. You're trying to motivate them towards the vision. So you can't be a Debbie Downer in your own environment, right? So I think, the people around me, my friends, my family, those are people that are really, really important. But I'll say the first person I go to has to be God. Like, it's just,
So you're an intentional person from this conversation and from the business that we see online. What is one odd or weird habit that we do not know that you like to share with us?
Habit, maybe that I could stay up hours of the night just watching like things about space.
Wow.
Yeah. Or like yesterday I was on my phone and I was, the ChatGPT voice thing. So I was literally going back and forth about why technology hasn't advanced so far that we can be able to like I don't know if you warp travel. So it's something from Star Trek, and like it's a lot of space jargon.
I'm lost there.
So just things like that. I think I could just stay up hours. There was one day that I think SpaceX had launched a rocket with people on it for the first time in 11 years from America. Right, so I remember just crying that day, and my sister came out. So I was like, "What are you doing?" So I think if anything, I'd say
oh my god. Okay. So, what is your favorite time to work?
To work?
Yes.
I'd say, so I'm more active for some reason in the night time, right? So I tend to do a lot of work, like after 12 a.m. I'm locked in. As far as there's good Wi-Fi, I like doing a lot of work before I sleep. And then, although sometimes I've realized now that it's not healthy because I need to also get the balance, but I would say I work best at night. But also I would say in terms of environment, it's like when we're having like team calls and team discussions and people are really locked in, I think that's like another good environment where I work really well as well.
Okay. This interview is coming to an end. Unfortunately, I'm having a very wonderful time. So we just have like 2 more questions and then we are done. Our viewers, I hope you're having a wonderful time. So if you were to start this business again, or if you meet someone that wants to start from the beginning, what are the pieces of advice that you would give the person?
One key thing that I would say first is really just embrace the journey, right? And don't be afraid of failing, right? So I think that failing is something that we shy away from, as maybe in this part of the world or whatever. But I think that, and failure can come in different, failure can come in a day, can come in the moment, it can come with the entirety of what you think you're building. But I think like embrace, learning and embrace that because failure points are learning points as well, right? So if something doesn't work out right, then you know how to do it better next time. So I think if I was starting again, it would just be because I think in the start I put a lot of pressure on, okay, by month 6 it must be here, by year 1 it must be here. But I think right now, 1 year and some months in, I think I'm just really just enjoying the process, and there's no pressure on Latin Day. There's no pressure on, like, the pressure really is on making sure that the customers are served right, even if it's the one customer. So I think for me, it's just like if everyone on the team has that idea and I have that idea, then success is inevitable, right? So just really embrace the journey and believe in what you're doing, because there are a lot of people that will say, why are you guys doing the things in that way? Why are you marketing in that way? You're spending a lot of money on that. You should spend a lot of money in this. But what we don't realize is that to do things that are truly innovative and groundbreaking, you probably have to seem like the odd one out amongst everyone else, right? So at the end of the day, I think it's just like believe that you have something in you to give to the world, right? And whatever form that takes, however long it takes, just keep believing is what I'll say.
Okay, and finally, I don't want to end this conversation though. Okay, so after all of this is said and done, and we are packing up, we are leaving Earth finally to move to Mars. What is one thing you want to be remembered for, and what is one legacy you want your business to leave?
That's heavy. So there are 2 things. So what do I want to be remembered for?
Yes.
I think for me, it's just like I was a man on a mission, right? That, and that mission is really just about fulfilling my God-given purpose. I think that's the most important thing for me, right? So whatever form or shape that takes is really okay by me, right? And in terms of the business itself with Gelm, I think it's really just like because our vision is to be the ultimate food lifestyle partner. And what we say about that is that we want people to come to Gel and have lunch. We want people to have Gel stocked in their fridge and their freezers. We want people to have Gel at their wedding parties, at their birthdays, at their celebrations. So it's like Gel day for you every time you want Gel to be there for you. So I think that's what we really want to be remembered for. So when all is said and done, and we have finally built that building, and the roof is there and everything is nice, it's like that building of John should be remembered for just doing what it said it would do in the first place, which is to be there for you every time that you want it to be there for you. And that's why we're heavy on customization, because you might come to John and say, oh, I don't eat fish, so don't add any crayfish to anything that you're making for me, and we'll do that, right? And so it's really important for us that we're listening to our customers and that we are growing with our customers as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
To our viewers, I'm sure that you've learned a lot from this conversation. I wish I had my pen and paper, but I will definitely be rewatching to get all the nuggets and gems that are lying in this conversation. Until next time, I am Norma Obona, your host, and today we had Latunde, the CEO, and Chief Steward at Gel. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by...
Currently live here at the Balogun Market in Marina, where apparently some structures were brought down. Join us as we talk to some of these traders and know the reason for these demolishments.
I traveled down to East anyway. I traveled down to my village to see my parents. So unfortunately, I received a call that my space had been demolished. So I was like, what is the problem? What happened that they demolished my shop? They said that there's some, is it government task force or what, that come inside the premises and demolish the place without even a quick notice. How can they demolish someone's place without even a quick notice? Okay, let's assume that my people is not here to help me. I could have started this. They could have destroyed both my goods and my shop. I have stayed here more than 10 years. There is no issue here. We don't have the only issue that we have here is that once Loma come, they will give us information that maybe they are coming on so day to collect money for Loma. We'll contribute money for Loma and pay them. I call most of my colleagues here. They said they have met His Excellency Mr. Somolu. Then he now came down here, but they didn't really get things from him because he was driving. When they meet him in this secretariat, as in this government house, he drove down back. Then I don't think they meet him because they just say that he visited here. They now go back to where the fire incident occurred. So before they will come back here, he left already. So they didn't really get actual strong word from him. But you can see now they are fencing all this place.
Yes.
It takes a lot of time. Once this place closed, I don't think we still have stand here again. So what they want us to do, is it not street? They are sending us to street. If somebody that couldn't be able to hold himself, they can do otherwise. So they should. We are pleading. They should try and know what to do for us, please. At least we pay. Nobody that's staying here that is not paying. Actually, it's a car park, but there's a lot of shops they created here. Then we pay a very good.
Coming to you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Nigeria's non-oil exports hit $6.1 billion in 2025, says the NEPC. BMO raised 900 billion naira in January 2026 bond auction. Microfinance banks' non-financial assets hit record 358.787 billion naira. And cash remains indispensable despite rising digital payments. Access Bank G. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Destiny Momo. Nigeria's non-oil exports rose to an all-time high of $6.1 billion in 2025 and marking the strongest performance in the sector since the establishment of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council nearly 5 decades ago. Now, this figure represents an 11.5% year-on-year increase over the $5.4 billion recorded in 2024, underscoring growing momentum in the country's diversification drive away from crude oil dependence. Now, Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of the NEPC, Nonye Ayeni, revealed this on Monday in Abuja during her annual progress report in 2026 non-oil export outlook briefing. Ayeni said data obtained from pre-shipment inspection agencies showed that Nigeria had surpassed its previous best performance, describing the 2025 outcome as a historic milestone for formal documented trade. And I'm moving on. The Debt Management Office has announced that the federal government will seek to raise 900 billion naira and through the reopening of 3 federal bonds in its January 2026 auction. According to a DMO circular issued on Monday, the auction is scheduled for January 26, 2026, with settlement set for January 28, 2026. Now, this offering spans medium and long-term bonds, providing investors with opportunities across multiple maturities. Now, the January offer comprises 3 reopened instruments targeting subscriptions of 300 billion naira from the 18.50% FG in February 2031 bond and 400 billion naira from the 19.00% FG in February 2034 bond and 200 billion naira from the 22.60% FG in January 2035 bond. Now, the total bond allotment in 2025 also reached approximately 5.12 trillion naira, indicating strong market participation and demand for government securities. And meanwhile, non-financial assets held by microfinance banks in Nigeria have surged to a record 358.787 billion naira in June 2025. Now, this is according to the Central Bank of Nigeria's latest quarterly statistical bulletin and marking the highest figure since 2018, underscoring the sector's growing reliance on tangible and intangible assets. The data shows that the June 2025 figure represents a 0.88% increase month on month, rising from 355.650 billion naira in May 2025. Now, on a year-on-year basis, non-financial assets grew by 131.080 billion naira, representing a 57.56% increase compared to 227.707 billion naira in June 2024. According to reports, the figures highlight the sector's expanding financial base considered crucial for monitoring capitalization levels, regulatory compliance, and recapitalization exercises. Now, coming up, cash remains indispensable despite rising digital payments, according to the Access Bank GM. This and more after this short break. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to Midday Bulletin. Now, Nigeria's digital payments continue to rise as cash remains an indispensable part of economic activity, particularly for inclusion and operational efficiency across diverse segments of the economy. Now, this is according to the General Manager and the Group Head of Retail Operations at Access Bank PLC, Abraham Aziegbe, who made the remark ahead of the Heads of Bank Operations Committee 2026 conference. In his words, cash remains indispensable despite the growth of digital infrastructure. Now, CBN data, however, shows that Nigerians withdraw a total of 36.34 trillion naira through automated teller machines between January and June 2025, reflecting strong reliance on digital infrastructure for financial transactions. Now, the data also revealed that the value of ATM withdrawals nearly tripled year on year, showing the resilience of cash usage, even as regulators move to make cash access more expensive. And now, away from that story, the Nigerian Communications Commission has unveiled its Spectrum roadmap for 2026 to 2030, alongside plans to open the lower 6 gigahertz and 60 gigahertz bands as part of efforts to expand nationwide connectivity and support Nigeria's goal of building a $1 trillion digital economy by 2030. NCC's Executive Vice Chairman Aminu Maida made the announcement at a stakeholders forum in Abuja on Monday, emphasizing that spectrum planning is central to Nigeria's digital transformation. In his words, spectrum may be invisible, but it is indispensable, adding that behind every video call, digital transaction, and connected device in Nigeria, there is spectrum at work. Nameda, represented by the head of Spectrum Administration, Atiku Lawal, explained that rising demand for data-driven services requires smarter spectrum planning and flexible regulation to improve service quality, expand coverage, and support digital inclusion. The Commission added that opening the lower 6 gigahertz band will improve Wi-Fi performance, and while the 60 gigahertz license exempt band will enable multi-gigabit wireless services for homes, schools, businesses, and public spaces.
The Spectrum Roadmap 2026 to 2030 is more than a technical document. It's a strategic blueprint for the nation's digital future. Imagine a student in the rural community accessing world-class learning materials without interruptions, on a hospital leveraging real-time data to deliver life-saving interventions. There are not distant aspirations. They are attainable realities if we act decisively and cohesively. As we all know, the lower 6 GHz band unlocks the full potential of Wi-Fi 6, enabling faster speed, lower latency, and improved efficiency for homes, enterprises, and public spaces. Similarly, the 60 GHz license SM band supports multi-gigabit wireless links, powering next-generation applications such as artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and smart city deployments.
It is my pleasure to welcome you to this stakeholder consultative forum. Today, we gather to deliberate on critical initiatives that will shape Nigeria's digital future. And these include, as mentioned earlier, development of Spectrum Roadmap 2026 to 2030, guidelines for opening the lower 6 GHz band for Wi-Fi 6, as well as guidelines for opening the 60 GHz license exempt band for multi-gigabit wireless systems.
And meanwhile, the Federal High Court in Abuja has nullified the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission's demand for 3.2 million euro and $2.4 million in alleged tax liabilities against Amadio's Marketing Nigeria Limited. The ruling delivered by Justice Obiora Egwatu and contained in a certified true copy of the judgment seen by Nairametrics in Monday held that the only Federal Inland Revenue Service has the statutory authority to access and enforce value-added tax obligations. The decision settles a legal dispute between Amadio's legal team comprising Ogumuyiwa Balogun and Babatunde Ige and the Anti-Graft Agency over whether the EFCC can lawfully issue tax assessment and demand notices, clarifying the limits of the Commission's powers in tax-related investigations. According to the judgment, the dispute before the court was not about the EFCC's general powers to investigate financial crimes, but whether those powers extend to accessing and demanding VAT payments. And now to end the local news, operatives of the Department of State Services on Monday arrested Abubakar Malami, a former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, at the entrance of the Kuje Correctional Center in Abuja. Malami's arrest occurred shortly after he exited the correctional facility where he had reportedly gone in connection with his ongoing money laundering trial. A video that surfaced online showed the former AGF being escorted into a vehicle said to belong to the DSS. And moments before entering the van, Malami was seen requesting the operatives to identify themselves by presenting their official identity cards. The reports, however, revealed that security sources confirmed the development, saying the arrest followed multiple petitions submitted against the former minister. And coming up, Ghana's mining reforms risk choking investment, says industry body. This and more after this commercial break. Stay with us. You're welcome back to the Midday Bulletin, and I'm moving on to Africa. Now, Ghana's main mining industry body said on Monday that proposed changes to show the country manages a tax and royalty terms risk, deterring investment and slowing output. Earlier reports revealed that Africa's top gold producer plans to scrap long-term mining investment stability agreement and double royalties under sweeping reforms. Now, the changes, which the country's mining regulator said were intended to boost state revenue and crack down on firms abusing the terms of their licenses, and mean that stability agreements with Newmont, Anglo Gold, Ashanti and Gold Fields will not be renewed. According to reports, a draft bill expected to go to Parliament by March proposes royalties starting at 9% and rising to 12% if gold hits $4,500 per ounce or higher, roughly double the current 3% to 5% range. And now, over 100 members of Uganda's biggest opposition party have been charged with various offenses, including unlawful assembly related to violence around last week's election. The East African country's veteran leader, Yoweri Museveni, 81, was declared the landslide winner of the January 15 poll with 71.6% of the vote against his opponent, Bobby Wine, with 24%. Wine and his party, the National Unity Platform, had rejected the results, alleging widespread irregularities, including ballot stuffing, enforced disappearance of polling agents, and intimidation by security forces. And Wine's whereabouts remain unknown after he said he had escaped a raid by the military on his home. The pop star turned politician accused police of vandalizing his home, noting that leaving his residence would free him to speak to the world, but failed to disclose his location. And now moving on to the foreign scene, India is actively seeking new markets for its basmati rice as political unrest and economic instability in Iran disrupt shipments and delay payment. The Indian Rice Exporters Federation revealed this development on its official website, citing fears of stalled consignments and payment default. Now, this move comes amid weeks of nationwide unrest in Iran over economic hardships, soaring inflation, and restrictions on freedoms which have hit trade channels with India. According to reports, Indian exporters are now looking to offset risk by targeting alternative markets, including Africa, West Asia, and Europe, to maintain steady revenue streams from the world's largest rice surplus. Now, IRF says the current situation in Iran has created uncertainty across trade channels, significantly affecting India's basmati rice exports. Meanwhile, U.S. President Donald Trump has described the United Kingdom's deal to hand the Chagos Island to Mauritius and lease back a key military base as an act of great stupidity months after he endorsed the move. The UK signed the £3.4 billion agreement in May, under which it would retain control of a UK-US military base on the largest of the islands, Diego Garcia. Now, previously, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio held it is a monumental achievement, but on Tuesday, Trump called the deal an act of total weakness, saying it was among a very long line of national security reasons for his efforts to acquire Greenland. We'll bring you the sports news after this break. Stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Okay, welcome back. It's still the midday bulletin, and now moving on to sports news. The Nigerian Super Eagles have climbed to 26th position in the latest FIFA World Ranking, released in January 19, moving up an impressive 12th place. Now, Nigeria rose from 38th position following a strong showing at the 2025 African Cup of Nations in Morocco, where the Super Eagles won a bronze medal. The three-time Africa champions are now ranked as the third best team in Africa, behind AFCON champions Senegal, who were 12th on the FIFA World Ranking, and host Morocco, ranked 8th in the world. Meanwhile, Spain, Argentina, France, England, Brazil, Portugal, and Netherlands, Belgium, Germany, and Croatia make up FIFA's current top 10 teams in the world ranking. And also end the news, Crystal Palace captain Mark Guehi has expressed his excitement after completing a sensational move to Manchester City on a 5.5-year contract reportedly worth £20 million. According to reports, Man City intensified their pursuit of the England international amid an injury crisis in central defence. Guehi becomes City's second signing of the January transfer window, following the capture of Ghana winger Antoine Semenyo from Bournemouth for around £65 million. And City manager Pep Guardiola praised the club for securing the highly sought-after defender, highlighting both his quality and versatility. Now, this is where we wrap up the Business Day Television Midday Bulletin. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insights. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Good afternoon and welcome back. It is Business Day Television. Now let's have our industry focus on the way. And of course, like you know, as usual, we give you the latest happenings on different industries, how they have gotten so far, and of course the ones coming up, plus highlighting their economic and business values, how it affects the GDP of Nigeria and Nigerians, around the globe. So without a doubt, this is Industry Focus. Let's get this thing on the road. Here are our segments for today. One, we'll give you the quote of the day on hotel and hospitality. You get to find out why you need some kind of motivational words to pull you through if you're the type who wants to get into hotel business, or maybe you are in already. That will help you. Then right after that, we'll give you a retrospect on hospitality, explaining in detail how far Nigerian hospitality business and sector has come. That will come your way. And thirdly, then we have, which is the bulk package of the show, our captain's opinion. And our guest, Mr. Nathan Anele, will be joining us. I hope I pronounced his name correctly. All right. And we'll be talking about, most definitely, in case you don't know, we're talking about the area that is quite key and important, which is the growth opportunity in Nigeria. When you talk about hospitality, he's the man to speak with. All right. Then our fourth segment will be Deal or No Deal. We hear the anticipated growth of Nigeria's hospitality sector by federal government. We're talking about that one also and more. All right, so don't change your dial. This promises to be an interesting package right here on Business Day Television. I am Monyeka Valentine. We'll be right back. This is Industry Focus. Welcome back. Let's get into this right away. Our first quote on hospitality. It says, hospitality is simply an opportunity to show. But if you take this one first, it says, true hospitality is when people leave feeling better about themselves and not better about you. I don't know if our guests will agree with this. When the time comes, we'll ask our guests to take it again. It says, true hospitality is when people leave feeling better about themselves and not better about you. That's a question mark there. Our guests will respond when the time comes. We have another quote again. I think we have two quotes. But then again, let's just leave that one at that. All right, so let's jump into this very quickly. Retrospect. So you get to have an idea that the hospitality sector has come a long way. Nigeria's hospitality sector evolved from underdeveloped state-run hotels to a growing market driven by economic growth, privatization, and rising middle class. Demand was high at the time, and then featuring increased luxury offerings and international brands came into the play. Though challenges were felt, but at the same time, infrastructure gap was also a challenge. However, economic volatility persists, with technology and domestic tourism showing strong future prospects, despite all the challenges. You see the picture right there of how Federal Palace Hotel used to look way back in the past, and other, ancient buildings. You see, hospitality business has always been there. But thank God for technology. It is now a big thing that is growing our nation. I only said this, our guests in the building to respond and give us more into this. So let's meet our guest very quickly. Our guest, Mr. Nathan Anele, he is a special person when it comes to hospitality. He's a well-seasoned hotel expert with key milestones achieved as a consultant to several hotels across the country. Most definitely, now you know. Help me welcome my guest. He's in the building, Mr. Nathan Anele. You're welcome, sir.
A pleasure to be here.
That's a handshake that secures a good deal.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you. Onyeka, it's a pleasure being here. I feel great to be on your show, and I like what you're doing. I like what Business Day is all about. It's a pleasure being here.
Fantastic. All right, very quick, let's jump into this. They say, without hospitality, tourism might not thrive. But let's ask you first and foremost, why did you choose hospitality business?
I don't want to sound cliche, but I think hospitality found me. I did not find hospitality.
Interesting.
I have a background training in journalism.
Okay.
And
so welcome back
yeah,
home.
Yeah, and that's why I feel at home here. I'm a studio person by training.
Right.
Okay, so I worked in the broadcast industry straight out of university. I served in the broadcast industry, as a matter of fact. I was a producer. I presented programs on TV. Yes, and perhaps it wasn't paying me that well because I had a goal for myself.
Right.
So I moved into sales.
Okay.
It was in sales that hospitality found me. Yeah. So a gentleman I managed as my key client, as it was then, was heavily invested in hospitality.
Right.
And he needed somebody to help him drive sales for a resort in River State. And
that was it.
That was it.
That was it. And so far, you jumped into hospitality jumped into you.
Hospitality jumped into me.
All right. So now you guys know. You see, whatever you do, have in mind that you can open doors to something greater. So don't relegate yourself to the background. Mr. Anele has given us an insight to that. All right. The very first question of the day, which our viewers have been wanting to know, is this: the big picture, right? And the GDP question, which is key. Now, this was sent in. It says, let's start with this, which is more importantly. Tourism and travel contribute significantly to the GDP in our country. Other countries like Africa, like Kenya, Egypt, all those countries. But why has Nigeria struggled to capture a simpler share? And what would it take for hospitality to become a top 5 contributor in our national economy?
Thank you for that question, and thanks to whosoever sent in that question. It means that people are interested. It means that our people will want to have a bigger picture of what this industry is all about. I want to presume that the person who sent that question may have certain level of exposure, So it is important that we weigh in at this point to letting our audience understand what truly is. Now, before I answer this two-part question, let us establish certain facts. Egypt, you mentioned.
Kenya also.
Kenya also. So these are two countries that have benefited from prior investment in hospitality and tourism. I'm sure on your bucket list, if your disposable income can carry it, one of the sites you like to visit will be the pyramids of Giza.
Most definitely.
Okay, Pyramid of Giza was not built yesterday, like you know. So if we're looking at GDP of about 14 billion as at 2024.
Thanks,
$14 billion, yes. It's a massive inflow. It's a major inflow. As a matter of fact, 14 billion is more than we got from agriculture as a country in Nigeria. 14 billion is almost what we got from oil and gas. So, I mean, it's not a far-fetched illusion that the Egyptian economy is reveling, from benefits of hospitality and tourism. So, but to answer the question now, since we have established this, okay, let's do a comparative analysis. Nigeria, on the other hand, had a 4% GDP involvement from hospitality and tourism, 4%, about $37 million. So it's like night and day. There are no basis for comparison. Comparing what we have here in the country with what is happening in Kenya, for instance, or Egypt. Yes, so it means that they are doing something right. They are doing
something right.
Yes.
I have to pause it because I know you have a lot to say. That gives room for our next question, which is very important. They're doing something right.
Yes.
Now, if they're doing something right, is the employability, is it favoring most people or not? Let's come back home here in Nigeria. And it says here, the employment and skill area, which is quite important. Hospitality is famously a major job creator for most people, right? But the thing is, are people getting these jobs? Is it securing, is it like a sector where you can now say, I want to build a family with this by working in that sector?
Okay, let me answer from a person perspective. Okay, I've been in hospitality for above a decade now, and I'm raising a family with it, and for me, it's impossible for me to do any other thing apart from hospitality. I'm telling you, I will have to re-engineer my psyche to be able to fit into journalism or any other thing. I mean, any other thing I find myself doing would be an adjunct to hospitality and tourism. So that means there is a career path. And I didn't just start as a consultant. I started somewhere mid-management and I found myself here. And as a matter of fact, let me tell you, Onyeka, the next level would be to become an investor. I want to invest in the same sector.
Hospitality.
Hospitality, absolutely. I mean, there will be no other option for me as an investor outside the sector that I've mastered over time. So if you check my growth pattern, I've grown from mid-management to senior management to becoming a consultant to now wanting to become an investor in this same sector. So yes, to answer your question very quickly, it gives career paths. Yes, it gives a clear career path for those that are involved. The only challenge, which I know that we beg for answer, is can it sustain the family? Can it help those who are involved, raise a family within the standards? Okay, so the most honest answer is that it's a huge challenge, because 80% of those who are invested in this business do so for profit motive, right?
Profit motive.
Yeah, the profit motive makes it impossible for standards to be jettisoned. So you see that the federal government have pegged minimum wage to a particular amount. You will be shocked, Valentine, that a porter in a hotel still earns way below minimum wage. Absolutely.
How do you survive?
So that's a big question. So I have people who work when I manage hotels, before the month runs midpoint, they're already broke. They're already trekking to work. You see a porter by 7:30 is already sweating. Why? He couldn't commute to work because he had to trek to work. So these are the aspects of the sector that needed, all stakeholders to, come to find a solution to. We have to standardize things, right? We have to lean from the point of our advantages, right? We have the workforce, enthusiastic, zealous young people who want to work. I have mentored people in this industry. I've seen a couple of young people grow from being waitresses to being managers over a short period of time. There is one that I'm particularly proud of. I employed her several years ago as a kitchen assistant, all right? Not yet in the tertiary institution, right? But as time went by, under proper guidance and with commitment to the job, today I can proudly announce to you that this person is a manager, a full-fledged manager in charge of food and beverages in a very big hotel in Owerri. So yes, there is a clear-cut opportunity for those in this sector to grow.
If we continue, it will get more interesting. So we have to continue with this.
We have to.
Now, speaking about growth, I want to bring the area of culture and tourism, because hotel business adds major value to this area, most definitely. But look at culture as it is. Some will agree, or some might disagree, that culture and tourism, right, plays, well, maybe a lesser role in growing the hospitality sector. Some will say the other way around. The hospitality is what that fuels, fuels the culture and tourism sector. But whichever it is, how do you think culture and tourism can be better? Remember our food. These are things that people want to come to the country and come and enjoy. We know hospitality sector has value to it. But from the angle of our food, our entertainment, right, tradition as a whole, where does hospitality come in?
Well, interestingly, this question was asked.
We see some pictures on TV there.
Yeah, absolutely.
The tradition and people enjoying themselves within the hospitality sector.
Hospitality has to leverage on culture and tradition, okay? Because what makes you peculiar is your selling point. People don't want to leave what they are used to in the UK, for instance, in Canada, to come to Lagos and still see what, you cannot be more Catholic than the Pope. There is no how you can, impress a Canadian with a Canada-themed environment.
A copy.
Yes, you will always come up short. So what will interest them? Because what we sell in hospitality and tourism is interest, really. Interest. We sell interest. We need to capture their interest so that they can be repeat guests. What will bring them to Nigeria again will be the fact that the last time they came, they saw things of interest. Things different from what they are used to. So our culture is what we leverage on in this business, the culture, the peculiarity. And you see, a lot of thoughts is going into the sector that people want to indigenize, the concepts from the designs of the hotels to the interior decor to, even the service pattern. It has to reflect who we are, our identity, our core values. We are investing them back into the business of hospitality so that we can look a little different from what people are used to. So visitors who have gone to the world of Astoria, there's something they are used to in that environment. Then when they come to Nigeria and you are mimicking Waldorf, you only come up like a fake. There is no authenticity in that. So culture and tradition that we have here are potent leverages that we have in this sector to, break even, to make people want to repeat their visits in this country.
So there's no divorcing both of them.
No. It's dangerous. It's dangerous to even want to remove them. I visited last December. I'm from Mahimembano local government area, and we have this cultural practice that we call Iwa Akwa, which is an initiation into the cult of manhood. All right. So we had that in December, and had my cousins come all the way from United Kingdom. My cousin had never been to Nigeria for the past 10 years, visited just last December with his family. For the first time, those children were coming to Nigeria, and they were shepherded to our market square where they saw the masquerades and all that, and they were highly excited. I have another cousin that came all the way from Germany with his family, and the pictures that have been flying on social media is such that will show you how interested these children are, how invested they are. And I bet you, Valentine, that next time we'll be having such activity, these children on their own will want to come back. Recall that we have a very viable and boisterous diaspora population. You cannot lure them back to Africa by showing them sights and sounds that are already used to. No, that won't work. You got to show them something different. Remember again that young people now are becoming very, very impressionable.
On the go with their phone.
Absolutely. So as they are at the market square, they are live streaming to their friends back in Canada, back in Germany. And they're telling them they're having mad fun. And already there's subscription for people in Canada who wants to be part of this activity the next time it happens.
Next time it happens. Because of time, I have to jump into. I'm enjoying the fact that part of the culture, the cultural area, you have to expand it. It gives those back home to give them that understanding that for what it is, that hospitality sector is quite important.
Absolutely.
Before we go very quickly, we know there are challenges in all sectors.
True.
But in this sector, what would you say is the key challenge that is holding back the hospitality sector, holding it back from its true potential, achieving that which it wants to achieve to move to the next level in less than a minute?
Telling the Nigerian story. That is what is amiss right now. We want to tell all negative about this country, and that will not, augur well for us, right? Because people who want to visit need to hear from me what is happening here. And if all I tell them is negatives, it will change their understanding of what this place looks like, and naturally they won't want to come here. So what we need is to expand and highlight the positives. I like what Business Day is doing, right, through your show. We need to let the story out. Nobody can tell my story better than I do. Nobody can tell the Nigerian story better than Nigerians, particularly the good ones. Yes, we have bad eggs in our midst, but there are people doing great things. There are fantastic things happening. If you attend the Ojude Oba, you will know that it's full of color and light. If you attend the Durbar, you know there is no such thing like it anywhere in the world. So there are beautiful things happening in Nigeria. Why can't we just highlight them to the world to see? Right. So that is the aspect we all should be invested in to drive this business.
Invested to drive this business. Those back home who watching you, I'm so excited with this, but those of you back home watching will understand that every sector is important, every industry adds a lot of value, but the hospitality sector is quite key when it comes to marketing Nigeria and marketing it very well. Like you heard our guest, Mr. Nathan, spoke about the culture and tourism. Without hospitality, it would be difficult. By the way, when people come to enjoy culture and everything, where would they sleep? They have to sleep in hotels.
Absolutely.
So that kind of finds a way to boost the hotel business.
Yes. They are in the same value chain.
Right. Same value chain. All right. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we have Deal or No Deal. That will do in less than 3 minutes. Our guest is standing by, Mr. Nathan. He's right here. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock
All right, welcome back. Deal or No Deal. In this year, a lot has already happened, but let's jump into this. It says, earlier this year, Nigeria's hospitality sector anticipated growth within its industry, use that word. But again, they say that 3,700 new hotel rooms are expected to join before 2029, says federal government, signaling recovery despite past economic, uncertainties. While the federal government most definitely focuses on training, certifications, and tackling issues like taxation and insecurity, although some regulatory enforcement activities were temporarily suspended. I'll leave it at that. The big question now is this a deal or no deal, right, for us? Mr. Nathan, I throw it back to you. They say before, 2029, we'll see more hotel rooms and more hotels coming up. Is it a good deal moving forward, or is it no deal?
I will shoot straight and tell you it's a good deal.
Why is it?
I even think the projection is somewhat cautionary in its optimism, because sitting right here in this your studio, we are directly involved in delivering about 180 rooms before the end of this year alone.
180
yes, and there are very bigger, more active consultants everywhere in Nigeria who are doing great things.
Atman, join your sector. Right.
I'll be pleased to have you, my brother. So if in our own little way, we are thinking of adding about 160, 170 rooms before the end of 2026. Right. I mean, come on, there are bigger players in this industry than us who are looking at figures higher than us, twice, 3 times what we're doing. That figure, it will be a far cry from what the reality will look like by that time. So it's a deal because there is need for an expansion in this industry. There is need for more investors to come in. There is need for more players to have hands-on deck approach to the business. And yes, the more, in this case, the merrier, because we can't get too much of investment. What we can have is too little of investment.
The more the merrier. That's the pattern was from you. We want to appreciate for coming through. I was going to ask what you're working on already. You've told us already what you're working on already.
That's right.
Projects, stuff you're working on. So
True.
fantastic. But very before we go, are you on social media?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, what's the social media handle?
Okay, Copia, personal, my Facebook is Anile Nathan.
Okay, fantastic.
So on Anile Nathan, I communicate everything. Yeah.
Fantastic. But thanks so much for taking time to
The
come to
pleasure
our
is
studio.
mine. The pleasure is mine.
We're being in a hurry right because of time, but we still also want to thank you. It says a deal for them to follow through with that.
Absolutely.
3,700 more rooms.
Absolutely.
We'll do a part 2 of this, most definitely.
And I'll be waiting.
Thank you so much.
The pleasure.
All right, those at home, it has been wonderful. Like I did say, we'll do a part 2 when the time comes. With this, now you have an idea. If you really want to get into the hospitality sector and industry, here is the place to get all your information that you need. Until next week Tuesday, stay strong. Keep your money where it should be and invest properly. Right here. Onyeka Valentine is my name. It has been wonderful. Business Day still continues. Don't go away. Be right back.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking. And I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Take it from me, there is no expiration date on womanhood, but biology does keep time. The question is no longer can women get pregnant later in life, but how safely this can happen. While medicine has made remarkable progress in supporting pregnancies at later ages, biology still plays a significant role in shaping risk and outcomes. And rather than succumbing to hearsays, we want to get the right answers from medical professionals. Welcome to Health Matters, your #1 guide to everything, and I mean everything health and wellness. I am Amanda Imosibue. Statistics put this into perspective. The median age at first birth in Nigeria is around 21 years, yet recent hospital-based studies show that about 22% of pregnant women aged 35 and above. Data also shows that pregnancy loss and complications are significantly higher in women over 35 years, with mothers facing increased risk of hypertension, gestational diabetes, miscarriage, and chromosomal abnormalities. Today, we are examining pregnancy after a certain age, understanding the real risk and exploring care. And with me is Dr. Joel Akande. He's a fertility specialist, gynecologist, andrologist, embryologist, and a medico-legal consultant. Welcome to the show, Dr. Joel.
Thank you very much for having me. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. So let's dive in quickly. We are usually told that a woman's fertility declines with age, and this is excluding the menopausal phase. So at what age does this decline in fertility begin, and why does it happen with women? And also, I want to know, does the quality of a man's sperm also decline with age?
All right, thank you very much. Let me begin by saying there's a woman. Let me begin with the women. There's a woman called S. When S was conceived in the mother's womb, and at about 4 months, when she was just 4 months old, the count of her eggs, the number of eggs she had at that time, at 4 months old in her mother's womb, was merely 7 million. That is the maximum she will ever have in her entire life. Now, when she got to the time of birth, that 7 million of eggs, both eggs in her both ovaries, had decreased to 2 million maximum. By the time she started her period, at about the age of, say, 13 or thereabout, 11 and 13, the number of eggs had fallen to 500,000. So by the time she got to age of 35, that number of eggs from 7 million had fallen to 25,000. By the time S got to 50, she had fallen to, the number of eggs has fallen to 1,000. Put that aside. When you had a child, at the time of birth, the child will eat very, very quickly. From about 4 weeks before birth, she will gain much weight. And that weight will increase up to 1 year, and the growth will accelerate, will be very fast. By the time she got to about 18, the whole thing had plateaued. She's no longer, the weight had plateaued around 1, but by the time she got to 18, she had matured. And under the law, that is when she should ideally begin to get pregnant. So the fertility will peak between 22 and 32. By the time you get to 35, it has decreased and it continues to die. Eggs will now start dying. From the time she begins her period, egg will be dying at about 1,000 every cycle, every month of her cycle. Now, put that aside, the strength of those eggs will diminish as she ages. Her body, this physical body that we can see, will also diminish in strength. When a woman gets pregnant, she's nourishing that baby with all the fertilities and faculties and every nutrition that she could muster into the life of that baby. So when the egg is diminishing in quantity, in quality, the nutrition available is also diminishing. Now, if you have children or have a child of pregnancy, at that time, outside 22 to 35 or even 32, you are sure that you are inviting issues. If at all you get pregnant outside that 35, issues will develop or may potentially develop. So that is for women. For men, we do not seem to observe similar trajectory, similar pattern in men. Nevertheless, from the age of 40, the sperm of men begin to show patterns of abnormality. Testosterone of men begins to diminish. By the time the man gets to age of about 65, he begins to also suffer some abnormalities that can give rise to abnormal children, like autism, for example, and other abnormalities. So, in fairness, women tend to enter menopause, if you like, sooner than men, and men will delay a little bit before they showing abnormalities. That is not to say that men have a free way of freedom from abnormalities. No, the strength of men diminishes as he also ages over time. So these are the basic biology of it, and then we can begin to plug any loopholes and questions that you may wish to ask to clarify this.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Joel. So now that we have answered, the basic question in fertility, let's move on to pregnancy. It's usually said that pregnancy is a life-changing and dangerous journey. When you go online, you see, when you compare pregnancy with other things, you see how dangerous and life-changing it is. Now, with various risks in pregnancy, which is even worse in Nigeria, because we have one of the highest maternal mortality rates in the world. Why exactly, starting from the basics, why exactly is pregnancy such a risky journey?
For example, women carry dual responsibilities to look after themselves and to look after a potential baby they are carrying. As I said in my first answer to your question, this woman is going to be nourishing a new person, an individual, and this individual potentially is a human being that will need to be born. So all the faculties, all the nutrition, everything, all the energy that this woman has, she will have to give part of them into to this newborn or to potentially newborn. Therefore, the woman is weakened from day one of conception or potentially weakened. You should also bear in mind that from the time she starts having her period, she loses blood. And majority of women are anemic or have low blood count from the time of due to menstruations. So coming into pregnancy, we advise women to strengthen up, eat well, take supplements so that you have enough blood. So this woman now with pregnancy, having been depleted from blood, from food, from all sorts of activities, is in a very weak position. Hormones that regulate pregnancy and women also play a large part, and relaxes the woman, and her muscles are relaxed, her brains are relaxed, all these things are relaxed. So she's not as in a strong position to defend herself, and she's in the most vulnerable position during pregnancy. Anemia due to low blood, infection due to, say, even malaria. A lot of women die in malaria due to malaria and other infections during pregnancy. So she's in a vulnerable position, especially if she was poorly malnourished. These are just part of the risk. That is why pregnancy is such a high-risk endeavor for women.
For that, Dr. Joel. I really want to dive into this topic, but just out of curiosity, when I was reading, I saw that Nigeria has one of the highest maternal mortality rates. So would you say that, these mortality rates, these high mortality rates, are caused by medical negligence?
United Nations and UNDP and all the other UN agencies, the human capital development in Nigeria is very low. And if you look at our per capita GDP, is very low. It's extremely low. We have about 60 to 62% poverty rate in Nigeria. A Nigerian earning $2 or less per day, and it's exceedingly low in this inflationary economy. So women also constitute a majority of the population, as well as those who are looking after other members of the family. And if you look at the market, women constitute a large part of the economic force. Now, with all this, poor support, poor healthcare facilities, poor nutrition, poor finances, poor a ravaging ignorance, not well educated, and poor finances, and lack of awareness to look after yourself. All of this going into pregnancies constitutes extreme danger for the woman and the child. Nigeria has about 900 and I think it's about 900 and over 960 per 100,000 live births of pregnancies in the world, just behind Afghanistan, behind Somalia, Pakistan, all these poor associations that we find ourselves, and the human capital. So yes, there could be potentially medical issues, but it's not even close to blame doctors and nurses for the healthcare facilities in Nigeria, for the high mortality in Nigeria. There are over 100 issues that is playing. I mean, poverty, ignorance, lack of structure to our healthcare facilities, and lack of accountability here and there. Infection, malaria, and some poor transport, poor accessibility, professional accessibility, poor financial accessibility, poor geographic. Few the many questions that
Dr. Joel, are you with us? Such an enlightening and impactful perspective. But we'll go on a break, and when we're back, the conversation continues. Welcome back. This is still Health Matters, and we are pressing important topics, talking about pregnancy risk at certain age, looking at the myths and care. So Dr. Joel, we're with you. So I want to know, you said from ages 22 to 32, that's a woman's peak fertility. So now, at what age is considered advanced, like a maternal advanced age, and what changes actually make pregnancy riskier as women get older and more life-threatening? Dr. Joel, are you with us? All right, we're still looking at pregnancy risk in women of the older ages, and it seems there might be a slight glitch, so still stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic
Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities,
Welcome back. This is still Health Matters. So we are with Dr. Joel Akande, a gynecologist, and we want to know, because she said Dr. Joel, he said between the ages 22 to 32, that is a woman's fertility peak. So at what age do we consider advanced?
Okay. The extremes of age is dangerous for women. In other words, we advise, don't get pregnant before 18 or 20, because the physical structures, the pelvis, the body structures of the woman is not matured enough to withstand pregnancy. She's still a baby under 18. And by definition of the law, 18 is above. But we advise don't get pregnant before 20 because your body is not strong enough. Now, when you begin to approach 40 and above, you are also getting weaker. Just as your eggs are getting weaker, so is your physical structure getting weaker. And your blood vessels are stiffening. Your bones, except you have prepared for pregnancy, your bone may not be as strong. Don't forget, this is the time when a woman is also beginning to enter into premenopause. So the bones are fragile, the physical structures are fragile, and all the other body structures are fragile. So we advise don't get pregnant towards, that is the natural way of things. But science have shown us that things can be modified in fertility world. So extremes of age is dangerous. I know, I'm fully aware, I'm conscious of the fact that the fertility world, in Nigeria, we have had close to 70-year-old, and in Uganda, we have had 74, across the world, we have had 17 and 60-something who are getting pregnant. So, but generally speaking, this is not the norm. These are exceptions.
We're kind of pressed with time, but I want to know, when it comes to health, we always say, live healthy, stay healthy. So I want to know, now there are risks involved in late pregnancies, right? So I want to know, can a healthy lifestyle and good pre-pregnancy care significantly reduce these age-related pregnancies? And if they can, are there some unavoidable things that this healthy lifestyle cannot help with?
Okay, generally speaking, you should live healthy. Lifestyle, exercise, nutrition, sleep well, avoid infections, and then avoid extremes of environmental pollutions. Now, all those ones will help. And if you keep vitamins and good nutrition, you're also going to build a robust platform for pregnancies. But generally speaking, old age carries a special risk for late life pregnancies. It is possible, but it carries its own risk because of hypertension, blood pressure, and diabetes, as well as general weakness, poor nutrition that comes with lifestyle. And
Okay, so Dr. Joel, I want to know something now. The final question, because we're pressed with time. What can we say? What specific medical monitoring, lifestyle adjustments, and emotional support should be prioritized for women who decide to conceive later in life?
Yes, I will advise women not to delay. Generally speaking, don't delay. If there's a possibility, don't delay. But if there is, we know that our social and biological is not fair, it's not equal everywhere. But exercise, 150 minutes every week, strengthening cardio as well as stretching exercises. Supplements, don't overdo it. Be reasonable. Eat well. Avoid infections, as well as good sleep. Good sleep, nutrition, supplement, exercise. This will help to prepare you for pregnancy, as well as don't delay in any case. In any case, don't delay if it's possible.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joel Akande. You know, there's still so much thoughts, but we're pressed for time, so we have to wrap it up. Thank you so much for your professional and insightful perspective. We're grateful, sir. All right, so you've heard the professional, Dr. Joel Akande. Don't delay. Be reasonable, stay healthy, stay safe. And for any question on today's topic or previous ones, don't forget to send a message to healthmattersbdtv.ng@gmail.com. I am Amanda Imosibue saying, take it easy, stay safe, stay healthy, and keep watching Business Day television.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
World,
Ideas are born every day, but only a few make it to the investor's table. Fewer make it to the funding stage, and just a handful rise to become the stories we celebrate. And what usually separates the survivors from the forgotten? Communication. The rare ability to pitch with clarity, with confidence, and just enough magic to turn a skeptical investor into a believer. Today on Startup Spotlight, we're diving deep into the topic, communication secrets every startup founder must master. My name is Gloria Brown, and joining me today is John Senaya, an executive speech skill coach and communication strategist with over 35 years of experience helping leaders unmute their voices, refine their stories, and pitch with confidence and clarity. John Senaya, welcome to the Startup Spotlight. It's a pleasure to have you join us.
Thank you.
So let's quickly dive right into the questions. You started this journey 35 years back ago. Can you tell us how it all started?
Okay. So you're taking me back 35 years.
Let's see how the starting process
That's quite
like.
a long time. I actually started in broadcasting, Radio Nigeria, as what we used to call a duty continuity announcer. So I got my training, my basic training there, the training school right there. And I was there this was in 1979, actually. So I was there for a little bit up till 1981, when I then left our shores and went abroad to study advertising, which is communication. So I practiced advertising itself for many years. And then at around 2002, I decided that, listen, let me go back to my first love, which is helping people to speak with clarity and confidence. So that's where we are now.
So at what point did you realize that helping people unmute their voices, it's something you want to dive deep into?
Yes, and I don't know, you sound like a seer, because it actually struck me when I went for surgery. I had a major surgery outside the country some 7 years ago. And when I came out of the surgery, it dawned on me that I could have
achieved a lot, do the things you like,
yeah,
you know.
that's,
What if
that
a
it was
lot of
even
what if.
possible that I didn't come out of the surgery alive. So I said to myself that if I had passed on the operating table, that God would have asked me, what did you do with your talent? So at that point, I decided to give back, to pour myself into vessels that deserve it. So I started training people on speaking with clarity, confidence. Yeah, so that's how I got there.
What are the top 3 communication skills that every startup founder that is looking forward to pitch their ideas to investors must have for them to succeed?
And the answer I'm going to give you now is sustainable.
Okay.
Because it's going to almost like last all through this discussion. Because for every startup business person, you need clarity, 1, you need confidence, 2, and you need connection. Connection in the sense that you have the ability, to deliver what the other person wants to hear. So the 3 C's are clarity, confidence,
and connection.
Yes.
Talking about confidence, when starting out, a lot of people definitely they go for trainings. They want to train themselves on how they can come on stage and speak. Talking about confidence, for a lot of startup founders, they have this imposter syndrome. They have fear. They have doubt. When they stand up to speak, they start trembling. They are scared and all that. How can they gain confidence when it comes to pitching and communication?
Yeah, by practicing.
By
taking every opportunity that comes to them, because it's like riding or learning to ride a bicycle. You don't get it all in one day. And I'll tell you something, even the greatest speakers still have butterflies in their stomach when they get out there to address the public. So it comes with consistency in practicing, right? So you don't do it and leave it on one side. You even record yourself, stand in front of the mirror, critique, ask your family, your friends, to listen to you. And it comes with a lot of practice.
A lot of practice. What about mistakes to avoid starting out?
Mistakes will always come. And so many times we are even too hard on ourselves when we make mistakes. Let me say that sometimes even the audience doesn't realize that you've made a mistake, right? It is when you get rattled or you show that you're rattled that the audience now realizes that, they must have made a mistake. So leave those mistakes. It doesn't matter. You're human. Even the audience knows that you're human and they will forgive you for making mistakes. So making mistakes is not a problem. Just learn from it.
And grow from it.
Yes, correct.
Thank you so much. Now let's talk about when you're ready to, let's say you've started enhancing your communication skills and you've built your confidence to a stage, and then you're ready to pitch, let's say your product or your idea to an investor or a sponsor.
Prospectors.
What strategy can a founder or a startup use to pitch their idea to an investor for them to believe in what they are selling? Strategies.
So I warned you earlier that I'm going to talk about clarity, I'm going to talk about confidence, and I'm going to talk about connection. So it comes to play here. So yes, you have an opportunity. Sometimes it's a rare opportunity for you to pitch in front of investors. So what you have to show first, or what you have to do first, is to be clear. Be clear, be simple in your communication, in your messaging, right? Speak clearly, all right, so that they understand what you're talking about. Don't be complicated in your messaging. Make it as simple as possible. There's a tendency for startups to want to say a lot of things or show a lot of things at the same time. It may not be the best at that time. At the point where you are doing your presentation, you need to keep it simple, very brief, to the point.
And most times investors or the people you're pitching your ideas to, they're always in a hurry, a lot of pressure on you.
Yes, sometimes they even do it intentionally to just to see how confident you are. So that takes us to the next C, which is confidence, right? So speak with clarity, speak with confidence, because confidence reflects that you're in control of yourself, okay? So when you speak with confidence, it reassures your investors or prospects, that you're in charge, you're on top of your game.
I'm in control,
Yeah, you're on top of your game. And then, of course, connection. Connection is the ability for you to identify what the investors really want and connect with it, their goals, their yearnings, and values and all of that.
Storytelling these days goes a long way when it comes to pitching. How can founders use storytelling to pitch their ideas to make it memorable and also convincing for investors to buy their ideas?
Storytelling is magic. Storytelling simplifies everything. It makes things alive. It humanizes, even the most complicated situation. So you tell a story. It helps your listener to relate. So it helps relativity. It brings into perspective what you're trying to say, and it helps you to paint pictures, vivid pictures or better pictures in the minds of the listeners, the audience, as the case may be, your investors, your prospects. So storytelling is, like I said, is magical.
Yeah.
We always advise that you tell a story. It breaks ice. It allows you to connect quickly with your audience. So storytelling is a very viable tool for every speaker, not just startups. For every speaker, you meet a girl and you want to chat her.
Tell me about it.
And you tell her a story, and immediately within the first few seconds or a minute, she's drawn to you because you're able to tell a story. So storytelling is very effective.
Still on the storytelling, is it right for people to when trying to pitch their ideas to investors or to sponsors, is it right to tell a story that is not real, trying to fabricate stories
Yeah,
that,
you can lie.
that are not your stories?
You can lie.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, you can do fiction. You can
just to get their emotions,
just to
and
get
then
just
to
to
sell
just
what
to
you have
connect with
to
them.
connect
Yes, you
with
can
them.
quickly make up a story, and you see comedians do that very well, effectively too. They tell stories. Most of the time, they're not real life things, but they are able to create stuff. And it's very important for you to be able to tell those stories credibly.
Credibly.
Yes, so that your audience or your listener connects with you quickly and relates with you.
And feel what you say. Emotions comes in play, and then people feel like your story is relatable, and then
Absolutely.
Correct.
Absolutely.
As the founder of Unmute program, what technical keys do you teach your client when they're about going for investors meetings?
Yeah, the Unmute Yourself initiative became very important when I realized that a lot of executives or people in leadership position have for a long time carried with them a lot of baggage, a lot of difficulties with communicating with their audiences. So Unmute Yourself helps them to package, to have the ability to distill their messages, simplify their messages, humanize their messages, productize their messages, and to communicate effectively with their listeners' audience. So it's a package that helps the executive, to be able to communicate with clarity, communicate with confidence, and connect with their audience at the same time. And a lot goes into it. Listening skills, persuasive skills, persuasive skills, speech skills, all kinds of skills. And it even goes as far as working on mindsets, skill sets, tool sets. And these are 3 different sets of things that every executive has to have.
You've talked about a lot of skills right now, listening skills,
mindset
skills, and all that.
Yes.
So when, these skills along the line, you develop them along the years, when you keep moving forward, you develop them. So while starting out as a startup, let's use myself for an example. As a startup, what are the major keys, the major skills required from the starting point? What learning how to communicate effectively?
The ability to speak with clarity. Very important. And maybe I haven't emphasized it enough.
What do you mean clarity? Do you mean pronouncing the words very well, or aligning your ideas together?
Communicating.
Okay.
It talks about your pace, your pitch, your tone, right? It talks about, it relates to how your choice of words, There's a lot to do with clarity, I sit here now and I speak at a pace that is convenient for this program. I would not necessarily speak at this same pace and clarity, because you can see I'm enunciating my words very deliberately. I'm making sure that
choosing your words.
I'm making sure that every word that comes out of my mouth is heard by the viewers. So that is deliberate, that's intentional. That's talking or speaking with clarity. Okay? I hope that answers your question.
Correct. So let's talk about startup teams. Founders, they have teams. How can startup teams use a unified message? When you have a team, everybody want to speak in one voice. What strategy can they use? I know you've talked about the 3 C's, the clarity, confidence, and connection. What unified strategy can they use so they can speak in one voice?
I like the word unified, because the answer to that is syncing. They have to be in sync. They have to practice consistently. They all have to be on the same page, like we say. So that will be the strategy for success. Always make sure that you review or you preview, your goals, your company's vision, your values, and all of that as a team. Because it doesn't work well if you go for a presentation, Mr. A is saying something and you are saying the opposite. So it's important that you always have pre-presentation, what do you call it? Practice
the team.
Exercises, so that everybody is on the same page. So that would be the strategy I would recommend. Always go over it. It's like cooking a meal, for a guest, right? You make sure that the meal is properly made the way you want it before serving it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have to look at every stage of your preparation before you serve.
This is Startup Spotlight. We'll go on a quick break now and return with the most interesting part of the conversation. Stay with us. Welcome back. This is Startup Spotlight. If you're just joining us, we'll be speaking on the topic communication secret that every founder should know about. And we've been speaking with John Sinaya on this topic. Welcome back to Startup Spotlight.
Thank you, Glory.
So let's move forward to a more relaxing question right now. So what's the one unforgettable moment during your years of pitching and teaching people how to pitch effectively?
Wow. And I've had several.
Oh, really?
I've had several. You'll find that situations will always come up when something funny will happen. And then there are times when you have to kind of like look for something that will make your presentation or your opening, your ice breaking interesting. Maybe the way you come on stage or something you say that immediately gets the attention of the audience. So those first few seconds are very key, very important in every presentation, or even anytime you need to address the public. The first few seconds, are very important. So to answer your question directly, there was an occasion when somebody on my team, who was leading the team actually, went up, and it wasn't part of our rehearsal. He went up and he told the client that he wanted to tell them how we almost lost our business. And we were not expecting him to say that. And of course, it got the attention of the client, and they were all ears right from the first few seconds. And he was able to navigate and turn it around and let them know and show them how resilient we've been as a company. And I think that was what got us the account, because the client was probably looking for a team that is resilient, that is strong, and all of that. So he used that to his advantage. But I'm also warned that you have to be careful, how you use these things, especially when you make them up. There are times when you make a meal of the rain or the bad roads or the traffic as you enter the room, and you make fun. You use that to connect quickly, promptly with your audience. So different things will come up that you can use. But I think that one stands out.
There are times you prepare your speech, you go through your speech, you practice over and over again in front of the mirror. Let me use myself as an example. While starting out, I remember the day that I practiced my speech very well, but when I got to the stage, I forgot all I had to say.
Yes.
And that's where thinking on your feet comes in. How can one master thinking on your feet? How can one learn how to do these things from the starting point?
You see, it's the important thing is not to cram, like we say, to cram your scripts. You will get it wrong. Just
there are some times when you write your script, there are some things you want to say word for word,
so
because
you just have to note the most important things. The important thing is for you to understand your script, understand the message within or behind your script, and then just pick a few words, a few key words, and try and remember them. I always say, to people, that make a note of it. You know, you can see sometimes I try to cheat with my phone because I have a few points here. You know, I'm not superhuman, you know, especially in front of the camera. The camera has the way of wiping things away from your mind.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So never take it for granted. You just put down a few notes, little squares. We have those post-its, the little squares. Just put, not in prose. You can just put little words, few words that will remind you of what you plan to say. So just a little glance at it.
And then that's it.
And it gets you back on track.
You made mention of how the camera can wipe.
Oh yeah, the camera does that very effectively.
What about people that have a lot of ideas they want to sell out? They have in them already, they know how to go about this stuff, but they are afraid of fixing the camera.
Yeah.
What can we say to those kind of people? How can they come out from their shell and then be the best speaker that they can be?
Yeah, they need training. They need to be assisted. They need to be helped. And that's why people like Johnson and I exist in the world. Because we will help you, we'll hold your hands and take you across the road, right? And help you to overcome stage fright. It's called glossophobia, stage fright, okay? And with stage fright, once it sets in, you know, it wipes your memory. There are times when you even forget your boss's name. You know, you're asked to introduce your team and you forget your Oga's name. And you're looking at him and saying, Oga, what's your name? So these things are natural. These things are normal. It comes as a result of nervousness, excessive nervousness. So never mind when it happens. Just, there are a few tricks that we teach people. Breath control. It comes back. Tell a joke. You know. Yeah, there's so many things you can do.
If every startup founder can have one communication superpower, what do you think it should be and why?
It's your question. But I love that question.
Yeah.
Because
sometimes we wish we have superpowers.
You should have up your sleeves as a startup at every time, any point in time, is strategic simplicity. Simplicity. Keeping it simple. If you keep it simple, it makes it easier for you to manage your message, to manage your communication, to manage yourself. If you make it complicated, you get yourself in a twist, in a bad twist. So learn as a startup, not even just as a startup, learn to keep things simple. Humanize your numbers. People go for presentations with huge numbers, 1 billion and 26 million. You know, there are other ways you can express those complicated things. It can be technical, right? But as technical as it may be, the important thing is for you to be able to keep it simple and communicate it, you know, to your audience. So strategic simplicity.
Finally, what advice do you have to give to startup founders who have a lot of ideas in them that they want to sell at, but they're afraid, they don't even know how to start?
Get a mentor. Get assistance.
Everybody keeps saying get a mentor, get a mentor.
Yeah, get a mentor. A mentor is someone who has gone that way before and is experienced and can share that experience or those experiences with you. Get a mentor, get a coach. All right. I'm not saying it because I want to make money.
What about if you know, mentors these days, it comes at a fee. A lot tells you, what are you paying for my time and all that?
I think it's a good investment, you know, for you to be able to get on top of your game. Professionally, you need assistance. You want to make more money? Because you see, the icing on the cake of communication is the ability for you to be able to deliver. You know everything. You have the content, you have the knowledge, you have everything, and then you can't deliver. Then you need to invest in that skill, you know, that will allow you to deliver effectively. So get a mentor, get a coach. How much are they going to charge you? It will just be a drop in the whatever, or what you stand to gain in the long
Talking
run.
about the gains, what are the gains in the long run?
More business.
More business.
Yes.
More money.
More money. If you're able to communicate and sell your product effectively with good delivery, or you're able to communicate and get a girlfriend you're looking for many years.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, the benefits are there for you to see. So yes, get a coach, get assistance, get help. Get help.
Thank you, John,
Yeah.
for your time
Thank
and
you.
for your honest insight on the topic on Startup Spotlight today. It's really a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much.
And I hope I'll get another invitation soon.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Today, we've peeled back the layers of what it truly means to pitch like a pro, not with fear, not with chaos, but with clarity, with confidence and connection. And to our guest, thank you for sharing the secret behind powerful communication. And to every founder watching, your pitch is more than words. It's the opening chapter of your startup destiny. Until next time, my name is Glory Brown. Keep building and keep watching the Business Day television.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week. a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
This is the Business Day TV News Update, reaching you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, CBN reports higher credit, rising loan default in Q4 2025. Wale Edu says federal government will now rely less on borrowing. Commercial and merchant banks loans dropped to 52.6 trillion naira, lowest in 14 months. Seplat annual project delivers first gas to Indorama, reactivates 4 wells. Thank you for joining us this afternoon on the bdtv News Update. My name is Elizabeth Musa. The Central Bank of Nigeria has reported an improvement in credit availability across key lending segments in the fourth quarter of 2025, as lenders recorded higher default rates on loans to households and businesses. The Apex Bank noted that while overall lending conditions showed mixed outcomes, lenders are cautiously expanding access to credit despite rising repayment risks. Credit trends during the quarter reveal both opportunities and challenges for borrowers and lenders alike, highlighting the complexity of Nigeria's financial landscape. The CBN data suggests that while credit supply improved in some sectors, heightened default rates continue to pose risks to overall loan performance. Moving on, the federal government has revealed plans to rely more on domestic resources and reduce its dependence on borrowing. Minister of Finance Wale Edu revealed this on a live TV appearance at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland on Tuesday, emphasizing the need to focus on revenue generation. Edu added that while the country could access international bond market if necessary, the government's priority is to mobilize its own resources. The minister's remarks come as Nigeria implements fiscal reforms aimed at strengthening its economy. Still on, loans provided by commercial and merchant banks in Nigeria dropped to 52.6 trillion naira in June 2025, marking the lowest level in 14 months. This is according to the Central Bank of Nigeria's latest quarterly statistical bulletin, which revealed that the last time the figure fell below this threshold was in April 2024, when it stood at 51.4 trillion naira. The CBN data revealed that the June 2025 figure represents a 2.7 trillion naira decline from May's 55.3 trillion naira, translating to a 4.9% month-on-month decrease, while dipping slightly by 9 billion naira on a yearly basis, less than 1% compared to 52.6 trillion naira in June 2024. The figures reflect a cautious approach by banks in issuing loans as the sector continues to grapple with recapitalization compliance set by the Apex Bank. And coming up, Seplat's annual project delivers first gas to Indorama, reactivates 4 wells. This and more after this commercial break. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Seplat Energy PLC has announced that its Asa North Owaji South gas project in Imo State, capable of processing 300 million standard cubic feet per day, has produced first gas for the first time. The company revealed this in filings on the Nigerian Exchange and London Exchange addressed to investors and the public. According to Seplat, gas from the Anor projects is now flowing to Indorama's petrochemical plant in Rivers State under a firm and interruptible offtake agreement approved by the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission on 16 January 2026. This milestone follows the completion of the 11-kilometer Indorama gas export pipeline with 4 upstream wells on standby since November 2025, brought online to enable gas flow. Since operations began, Seplat Energy reports that wet gas production has stabilized, delivering 40 to 52 mmscfd directly to Indorama's petrochemical plant. And away from that story, Gerugu Power PLC reported a profit after tax of 27.2 billion naira for the year ended 31st December 2025. Revenue grew to 184.9 billion naira from 137.1 billion naira in 2024, driven by increased power generation and better capacity utilization, while the cost of sales rose to 110.7 billion naira, producing a gross profit of 74.2 billion naira. Operating profit also climbed to 48.1 billion naira from 42.9 billion naira, despite higher administrative expenses, while profit before tax edged up to 41.9 billion naira, with income tax rising to 14.7 billion naira. And on the balance sheet, total assets increased to 305.1 billion naira from 243.4 billion naira, total equity rising to 58.6 billion naira from 52.5 billion naira, supported by higher retained earnings. Non-current liabilities fell to 32.2 billion naira from 47.5 billion naira due to lower borrowings and bond obligations, while current liabilities increased to 214.1 billion naira from 143.3 billion naira. And still on, the Securities and Exchange Commission's revised minimum capital requirements for capital market operators in Nigeria are expected to spur mergers and acquisitions. The new rules set higher capital thresholds for fund managers, brokers, market infrastructure institutions, fintechs, virtual asset providers, and commodity market intermediaries. Teslim Shitabe, the chief economist and managing editor of ProShare, noted that many top-tier operators have already exceeded the thresholds with their own tradable assets and warned that overcapitalization could artificially inflate stock prices. Shitabe also highlighted the likely impact on smaller operators, suggesting that well-run firms may merge to meet requirements while marginal players could exit the system. Moses Igbude, the national coordinator of the Independent Shareholders Association of Nigeria, argued that the policy could concentrate market power and exclude ordinary investors. Now, to end the local news, confusion continues over the construction of a second runway at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja as questions persist about the government's commitment to the project. Discussions peaked in 2025 when its estimated cost reached 532 billion naira, yet administration of the Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development allocated only 10 million naira for the project. In the 2026 budget presented to the National Assembly by President Bola Tinubu. The second runway was first proposed in April 2009 at the 64 billion naira, then Minister Babatunde Omotoba. Designed to accommodate the world's largest passenger aircraft, including the Airbus A380 and Boeing 777, the 4.5-kilometer runway was planned to be 75 meters wide and fitted with Category 3 airfield lighting. Regarding the 10 million naira allocation in the 2026 budget, Keyamo explained that token amounts are often included to keep large projects active in the budget cycle while alternative funding is explored. Keyamo confirmed that himself and the President Tinubu are pursuing funding options outside and assured the budget framework and assured that the second runway would be delivered. And coming up, World Economic Forum to resume Africa meetings in April 2027. This and more after this break. Do stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. Tax how you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
The World Economic Forum will resume its South Africa Summit in South Africa in April 2027 after a 7-year hiatus caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. WEF Head of Africa Chido Munyati added that discussions with the government are ongoing at the WEF's 2025 Future of Jobs report projects that by 2050, 59% of the global working age population will live in lower income countries. The discussion will explore how initiatives like the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, renewable energy and innovation can drive large-scale job creation across the continent. About 3,000 participants from over 130 countries are expected at this year's summit, including U.S. President Donald Trump. Ghana's main mining body has warned that proposed changes to tax and royalty rules could deter investment and slow gold production. The reforms aimed at boosting state revenue and curbing license abuses would end long-term stability agreements with miners like Newmont, AngloGold Ashanti and Goldfields, while draft legislation expected in March proposes royalties starting at 9% and rising to 12%. The Chamber of Mines supports a sliding scale royalty system, but said the current plan could push Ghana to the high end of the global tax curve, stalling projects and risking jobs. The Chamber urged that stability agreement could be improved, not scrapped, stressing that a predictable fiscal regime is vital for sustaining investment. And on the foreign scene, Donald Trump has vowed to 100% follow through on his threat to impose tariffs on European countries who oppose his demand to take control of Greenland. European allies have reportedly rallied around Greenland's sovereignty, while Denmark's foreign minister emphasized that the US president cannot threaten his way to ownership of the semi-autonomous Danish country. UK Foreign Secretary Vet Cooper also reiterated the UK's position that the future of Greenland is for Greenlanders and for the Danes alone to decide. Trump on Monday declined to rule out the use of force, insisting he would press ahead with the threatened tariffs on goods arriving in the United States from the UK and 7 other NATO-allied countries. The US president said he had a very good telephone call with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte and agreed to a meeting between various parties in Switzerland this week. And also, wage growth in the United Kingdom eased to 4.5% between September and November, as official figures suggest, following a sharp slowdown in private sector pay increases. According to the Office for National Statistics, the pace of pay growth for those employed by private businesses slowed to the lowest rate in 5 years. In contrast, public sector workers saw their wages jump, while ONS said this was likely due to pay rises being awarded earlier than in the previous year. Meanwhile, the number of people on company payrolls continued to fall down by 135,000 in the 3 months to November, with a particular decline in shops and hospitality. Average wages, excluding bonuses, also slowed from a 4.6% rise recorded between August and October. We bring you the sport news after this break. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
And now in the world of sports, Super Eagles head coach Eric Chelle is set to undergo further training with top European clubs while remaining in charge of the national team. Former Nigeria Football Federation President Amaju Pinnick revealed that arrangements are being made for the Franco-Malian tactician to undertake internships at elite clubs to enhance his technical abilities. Speaking after Nigeria's third-place finish at the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations, Pinnick revealed that he had spoken with FIFA technical head Arsene Wenger about the plan. NFF President Ibrahim Gusau has also thrown his weight behind Chelle, praising the 48-year-old for his work since taking charge in January 2024. Now to end the news, Sevilla striker Akor Adams made a memorable return from the Africa Cup of Nations on Monday, coming off the bench to score twice and secure a 2-2 draw against Elche. The Nigerian international netted both goals for Sevilla, including the club's 4-game losing streak in all competitions. Elche, who have won just 2 of their last 13 top-flight matches, took the lead inside 15 minutes as Martin Neto cleverly released Alex Febas into space on the edge of the box, allowing the midfielder to fire past a slightly out-of-position Sevilla goalkeeper Odysseus Vlachodimos. Those doubled their advantage 10 minutes into the second half through German Valera. Adams, who enjoyed a strong African campaign in Morocco with Nigeria, was introduced at the start of the second half, pulling a goal back for Sevilla, the club's first competitive strike in 5 matches. Now this is where we wrap up the news this afternoon on Business Day Television. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe for our YouTube channel for more insight. Remain watching. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Many thanks for watching.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there, There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine. I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine. I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to Behind the Headlines, where we go beyond the surface of the story to dig up deeper fundamental issues and what they mean for our economy. Of course, we'll be talking with the writer of the story, and they will tell us what's behind the story, why the story, and maybe where the story is happening. Of course, today, my name is Elizabeth Musa, and joining me this afternoon is Dipo Oladende, the head of the Energy Desk and assistant editor here at Business Day. Welcome to the show, Dipo.
Yeah, thanks, Elizabeth, for having me. Good to be here once again.
It's good to see you. Amazing things are happening in obviously in your world of energy, right? And today we'll be focusing really on local oil firms facing funding hurdles as ambitions outstrip capital. Talk to us about this story.
Okay, so the crux of the story basically is to highlight the fact that a lot of local oil companies are doing big things. They did a lot of big things in 2025. The outlook is also showing that there will be a lot of big things in 2026. Now, the crux of that story is buying these assets is not enough. The biggest tax you are going to face is getting the money to drill and to pump crude oil out of these assets. Where we get the funding to develop these assets. So that's the biggest challenge. So the story highlighted the fact that last year we saw Total Renaissance took over Shell deep onshore assets. Wando took assets from ENI. There is Chapal Energies as well. There is the local, 1 or 2 or 3 other local oil companies as well, which is, I mean, a very significant and a big deal, because in time past, you won't even see them bidding for these contracts. But now that they've scaled out hurdle of acquiring the assets, the biggest elephant in the room is, where do you get the money to drill, develop these assets? So that's what the story is about.
Amazing. So what are some of the key factors driving local oil firms to expand despite this limited access to funding?
Okay, so first of all, the IOCs are leaving, right? And there's a general consciousness that, look, a lot of the IOCs are also leaving, not because they don't want to do business, because a lot of them have committed to a lot of global net zero targets, and so they are just reducing their exposure to oil and gas, which is not a bad thing. A lot of them, maybe their parent company don't want to be that exposed to the oil and gas sector alone. So that's the first thing. The second thing as well is the fiscal environment.
Right.
A lot of things have changed under the new administration compared to the previous administration. So a lot of the local players have seen the fact that the new administration seems to be conscious about investment. The new administration seems to prioritize oil and gas investments, and things seems to be looking positive compared to previous times. That's the second thing. And the third thing is the exchange rate as well. There's a bit of stability in the exchange rate as well. You don't need to go to the black markets. You don't need to rely rather on the black market to be a major source of FX. You can easily walk into the bank and get the required FX that you need to do business. Before now, this was such a big deal because you needed to do a lot of maneuvering to get FX. So the economy is a bit stable in terms of foreign exchange. Yeah, and then the global outlook as well, that look, oil and gas business is still one of the most lucrative business in Nigeria because of the significant amount of cash flow attracted to it. So those are the key major indicators that show that local oil guys will continually do business in the oil and gas sector.
But then speaking about this local, these local firms, talk to us about your findings. How severe is the capital gap really for indigenous operators at this time?
Okay, good, thanks. So this is it, right? To acquire some of these assets, a lot of them took debt to acquire the assets. So it's not as if they used equities or their own cash to acquire the assets. So that's the first major concern. The second one as well is to look at, so who is the biggest oil and gas firm in Nigeria? Seplat, for instance, right? Even they didn't acquire the asset from ExxonMobil through equity alone. They had to use a combination of equity and debt. That's the first thing. The second thing is, if you look at Seplat's half-year financials, their cash flow is roughly about $400 million, right? And now they are projecting that they will need about $3 billion to develop all of these assets to achieve full operations. The cash flow is $400 billion. You need about $3 billion. So even at full year max, you probably do $1 billion, but you need $3 billion in the short term. So the point is, we are going to source that kind of money from. They need to go back. They need to go to the banks to actually. And now, so when you go to the banks, what banks are you going to? Are you going to local banks or are you going to foreign banks? The foreign banks, majority of the foreign banks are also reducing their exposure to oil and gas as well, which is also a big concern. And then the local banks, do they have the financial capital to do this kind of business that we are talking about? So I mean, it's a bit dicey now, but you'd expect someone putting in that kind of investment to really be also looking the other way of looking for how to raise cash.
Right. And really, what's the role that these Nigerian banks and the international financiers, what's the role they are playing in supporting these firms?
Well, so like I said earlier, the oil and gas business is the most lucrative business in Nigeria, right? It's more lucrative than agric because of the heavy amount of, I mean, you pump in lots of cash and the certainty of reaping lots of cash are there if the terms are right, if the oil prices are right and the rest of it. So for the banks, a lot of them will be trying to increase their exposure to the oil and gas during this period. So increase their exposure means, like, if you look at a lot of the banks, some of them, their non-performing loans are mostly not from oil sector. So a lot of the banks' non-performing loans are mostly from things around agric, things around manufacturing. So right now, some banks will be looking at increasing their exposure to the oil and gas because, like I said, the business is very lucrative, right? So when you look for oil and gas companies, especially those ones with pedigree, like the like of Seplat, the likes of Airs Energy, the likes of First E&P, those ones that have antecedents, they've done big things with big projects. Those are the kind of projects that the local banks will try to support. For the foreign banks, they'll probably be sitting on the sidelines and watching that, okay, if the terms are right, maybe or maybe not, depending on the appetite for oil and gas loans. So all of these will develop as the year moves along.
And how does this funding challenge affect production targets and performance?
I mean, a big deal, because if the locals are currently doing more than IOCs in Nigeria for the first time in a long while, the country currently has a target of about achieving 3 million per day barrels of crude oil. So how are you going to achieve that if the local guys are not pumping at full capacity? So the point is, if these local guys are able to scale up, it contributes to the overall interest of Nigeria, because once production is increasing, your FX supply into the economy is increasing, your GDP as well is increasing, because oil and gas is a major contributor to GDP growth. So your GDP indicator is moving up, your foreign exchange is stable or even performing very well, then the overall level will probably do better than the previous level, because oil production is in direct proportion of Nigeria's economic growth. Any year in time past, even from 1999 till date, any year we produced oil at a very improved level and oil price was stable, it's just automatically the economy will do very, very well. So the assumption is, if we can get these guys to produce at full capacity, the impact on the GDP is going to be very, very significant, which will have an overall effect on everyone.
And let's now talk about policy itself, because that's also something that's really important. We talk about policy regulation in cases like this. What are some of the policy or regulatory reforms that could ease access to long-term financing?
Well, so in terms of financing, one of the rule of thumb in financing is the best way to do business in finance is for the government not to be involved, right? The government to stay out of it and let the forces of demand and supply determine where to do business in. I think the most important thing is for there to be, so we don't need new policies in the oil and gas sector. We need implementation of the policies we have. I mean, there were a lot of executive orders that I talked about the last time I was here. If we decide to start implementing these things, not half implementation, but full implementation, we have a PIA as well. The PIA is not perfect, but it's a starting point to doing oil and gas business in Nigeria. So if we start implementing some of these things in a way and manner that shows investors that we are confident and that we are ready to do business, I think it's just the economy will attract the kind, because again, we are talking about heavy capital investment. We are talking about $1 billion. I mean, to do agric, you probably need less than 10 million, 15 million to do any kind of serious agric business. But the oil and gas is highly capital intensive. So you need a lot of capital, and you need someone to trust the business as well. So if the policies are right and the investors trust the process, that everybody would honor the gentleman agreement they are reaching to, I think everybody will smile to the bank.
And what are some of the risks that Nigeria's oil output risks have seen, especially if these funding hurdles persist?
The challenges or the biggest hurdles or the risks in the oil and gas sectors are things that are within our control. So you find things around oil thefts, pipeline vandalism, things around inconsistent government decisions or erratic government decisions. You'll find things around slow court judgments. So for instance, we have disputes about oil assets, could probably take forever for the courts to resolve it. You'll find, and all of these things are within our control really. So things around pipeline vandalism as well. You're probably pumping 18,000 barrels per day, and you wake up one morning, you discover that the Niger Delta boys have blown up your pipeline, especially in a year preceding election where the environment is always a bit tensed, especially election year or year preceding election. So these are all of the risks that most analysts have drawn out for 2026, And I think the election is also the upcoming election as well, the impact of how that will play out, and the fact that during this time as well is often very difficult to get government approval, because the person who would approve is probably on one campaign journey or the other with whoever that matters in order to retain their seat. So all of these concerns would always exist. But again, are they things we can solve? Yes. Are they things within our control? Yes. Maybe the one risk that is outside our control is the movement of international oil price due to the current actions from Trump, the Venezuela issue. There is the Iran crisis as well. That one is extremely outside our control. So we just need to play what we can do best up, which is produce crude oil more. And so once we do that as often as possible, I think the outlook would be better for Nigeria.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Dipo Oladeng, the head of the energy desk here at Business Day. Thank you for joining us behind the headlines today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And certainly looking forward to your next story. But that's where we'll leave it this afternoon on Behind the Headlines. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Until tomorrow, stay safe.
Information is everywhere, but insights, That is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? for premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.